Hello chat, how you doing? Happy Monday. What is going on? How are you doing? It's good to see you. And oh boy, do we have a lot of content to get through. Ha How you all doing? We have got in the chat already such classic chatters as Johnny, Ninny, Lesbian Hot Sauce, Middle Earth Marxist, and Frazo. How are you doing? What's going on? How was your weekend? I saw some of you in the Tomodachi live stream last night, which was fun. And obviously, the last big politics stream that I did, last main politics stream that I did was the 12-hour extravaganza covering the local election results. We have now had the full local election and Scotland and Wales Parliament elections. And it's very good, isn't it? The result. Very bad, but very good. Very bad, but very good. Good things are happening, but people are not seeing the good. They're only seeing the bad. And I'm here to help you see the good. Fell asleep to Tomodachi, just heading to D&D now. Hell yeah, Johnny, good to hear it. Middle Earth Marxist with the 95 consecutive streams watched. Let's fucking go. Oh yeah. Because of starting private plasma therapy, I was able to leave the house for the first time in 2 months and went for the walk down a quiet road. Oh my god, yes! I haven't, like, said this to you outside of your stream or anything, LHS, but yeah, I've had you in my thoughts a lot. Obviously, like, we don't know each other, like, a crazy amount, so, you know, I haven't, like, DM'd you or anything, or reached out in that fashion or whatever, but like I have been thinking about you a lot, and I'm really glad, you know. Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg. Thank you for the 100 bits by any means necessary. Appreciate you. How you doing? Good to see you. You're gonna make me cry? I mean, you made me cry. You know, when you did that stream about your health. Like, I can't imagine what it's like to go through that. And, you know, I had the severe amount of empathy for you. And, you know, yeah, I've been thinking about you a lot. So, you know, incredibly glad to hear that things are going well. Really glad. Really glad. Doing fine, finish weeding and maintenance of our Hugelkultur beds at the weekend. Fuck yeah, let's go. That sounds great. Love a bit of Hugelkultur. Extremely good stuff. Not to pile on, but literal slavery is making strides in the UK. Modern slavery record levels, UK worsen report. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that whatsoever. ATTK, how you doing? Gobby Mama, how are you doing? What's going on? Good to see you. We might as well get started. I don't know how much to tell you about my weekend. Like, you know, I was recovering from the 12-hour live stream. That was most of my weekend, right? I was just recovering from that. And, you know, I'm still technically recovering from it because I woke up at like 3 p.m. today. So it's going to take me a while to sort that out. Completely missed the Akira showing that I paid for. Paid £10 for a ticket to go see Akira at The View. 11 o'clock this morning I was supposed to go. Slept right through my alarms. Absolutely fucking devastated. Everyone's talking about how good Akira is restored to 4K and you can watch it in the cinema and shit. And I'm just like, ah! Like, no one wants to go with me. None of my friends want to go with me because they're not all weird anime freaks. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even a weird anime freak. In fact, it's the weird anime freaks that don't respect Akira enough because they don't realize how much of a seminal, you know, film it is for anime. Madness. Just absolute madness. So I slept through that and that was shit. But I had a relatively good weekend. Do you know what I mean? I love Akira, but the end freaks me out. Yeah, that's why it's so good. That's literally why it's so good. It's like, nobody knows what the universe is about. We literally don't know anything. And that's really scary, but that's really beautiful, right? And I think that, like, even, you know, people who are, like, anti-paranormal and anti-atheist and anti-spiritual for whatever reason should be able to find, like, beauty in that, right? Like, that's what I've always thought. Like, even if you are, like, an anti-theist, like an anti, you know, paranormal or supernatural or spiritual person, for whatever reason, it doesn't matter, I'm not judging anyone, right? You should be able to find beauty in the like relative misunderstanding that we have of our own consciousness and existence, right? That it's beautiful and terrifying at the same time. It's such a unique thing to be able to experience, you know what I mean? I do like Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell is a phenomenal anime. Absolutely. TTK says, doing well. Looking forward to my holiday soon. Good to hear it. Elon made Twitter fascist. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'm this old. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hey, Bubble. How are you doing? It's the anime that brought the medium to the West, Akira. Yeah, that's right. I also miss Kira. That's true. If I had a free day, I would fucking fly over and watch it. Thanks, Johnny. That's nice. I fucking love it. Yeah, Ghost of the Shell is quality. That also raises questions about reality and consciousness and all this stuff. And, you know, it's good stuff. It's proper good stuff. Back off, man. I'm a scientist. Hey, Val. How you doing? So, yeah, I had a really nice bike ride on Saturday. That was really good. I touched a lot of grass. I was out for about an hour and a half just kind of cycling around on my e-bike. You know what I mean? That was really fun. Feeling really privileged and happy that I could just, like, cycle around and, like, you know, I don't get, like, overexertion or anything anymore because I got the e-bike to help me with, like, the hard bits of cycling. It's really good. Just, like, being out and getting fresh air. Yes, Virulent, welcome in. I'm doing e-bike propaganda once again. Don't get a car. You don't need it. Just get an e-bike. Like, I'm telling you now, in terms of, like, what I remember from having a car and the beauty of just being able to, like, get in the car, drive around, go and see your mates or whatever. Yeah, if you can ride a bike, get an e-bike, and you can actually do that. It's just, like that kind of desire that I had to just, like, get on a vehicle and get around and, you know, just go to somewhere, like, distant. It's so easy to do. It's just really, I can't begin to tell you. So, like, yeah, fuck cars, get an e-bike, you know what I mean? Like, I am genuinely doing e-bike propaganda because A, fuck petrol and fossil fuels, and B, we're living in the Chinese century of solar panels and wind power and shit like that. You know, we're experiencing climate Mao in a way, and it's good. So, yeah, we are, in fact, doing a good thing by getting e-bikes. So that's very important. Hello, RT Clearance. Thank you for the stretch. Coming in strong with the stretch. I should be doing stretching. What was I going to say? What else did I do at the weekend? I did some organizing at the weekend. Look at the state of this fucking shirt. It is covered in jizz or something. Like, what is the... Chat, what is it when, like, your clothes are just, like, covered in... Like, I know I've got a cat and it's, like, cat hair, but is it, like, desiccated cat hair? Because I'm, like... I'm, like, washing my fucking, I'm the wrong gay for this. What do you mean? It might just be dust. But, like, what's happening? Because I'm, like, washing my clothes, but they're coming out and they're covered in, like, jizz. What is that? Anyway. When you get your bike, I hope you join stream wearing a bike helmet and sunglasses. An e-bike segment is a good idea. How is that an e-bike segment when I'm just wearing... I've got the bike. It's there. It's literally there.
Wash your one sock separately.
Grandpa Simpson, thank you for the aim. I got several socks, that's the thing. When was the washing machine last cleaned? That's probably what it is, actually. That's actually probably it. I have checked the filter. This is the thing, TTK. I checked the filter. The filter's fine. It's clean. It's one of them new ones where the filter's not so bad. Like, it's really good at, like, you know... Or maybe it's really bad. I don't know. Anyway, there was loads of grey water in it. I cleaned it out. You know, it's all good. Maybe use a different laundry detergent. I can't afford that. You want me to use a better laundry detergent? Give me money. You need to pay chat. You need to pay me more. Maybe it's leftover fabric softener. Oh, okay. It could be that, right? It could be that. Sometimes my washing powder doesn't dissolve. It makes my black stuff look like this too. This is it making sense. Hey, Icky Trunks, lint fuzz. Yeah, I think a lot of it is just lint. Yeah. Not better, maybe just a different brand. Yeah, I know. I'm just a bit like, you know. I'm a bit limited. PvP, welcome in. How are you doing? Mule will get dirtier and dirtier unless you sub more. It's so true. The anti-proletarian sentiment of asking Mule to switch detergent. I can't believe you're a counter-revolutionary, head not working. Hey, Monkey Sputum, I think all 3 Section 21s my landlord threw at me are invalid. Let's go! Yeah, if you want help with that, always check the shelter website. There are loads of different, like, fatal errors that landlords make on Section 21s. And, yeah. You can check that on the shelter website. Powder doesn't work so well in cold water, if that's the problem, shrug. Well, no, I always wash at 60, because I wear my clothes until they're gross. So, yeah, I gotta do that. I come in the socks too much. So I gotta wash at 60. You gotta kill all the sperm. Because they become bacteria, and that's how you get gay. Two arrived after deadline day. Yeah. One hand delivered has the address as a street instead of a place. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's it. Let's fucking go. Wearing clothes until gross. Anarchism detected. No. I'm just a stinky man. We don't do that anti-anarchism here thing. I've told you. I've told you. No jokes like that. I chose the wrong moment to eat. Sorry about that, Julio. How you doing? Hate myself for being here. I'm sorry to all the not enjoyers. Sorry about that. Hey, Atomic, what's up? We got so much stuff to get through, don't we? So much stuff to get through. It's fucking crazy. There's been so much that's happened. I googled the issue. It could be overusing detergent, undissolved powder, or overloaded. It's definitely overloading it. I'm overloading my washing machine. That's definitely what it is. Yeah. Hey, Mushy, how you doing? Hey, Mouse Rat. If you could break a wall with the unwashed, crusty socks, there's pros to everything. That's so true. That's so true. Head not working. Thank you for doing the work for me. All right, chat. It's post-UK local election analysis. Let's take a look at the results. Okay. We were having a little look at this on the stream on Thursday. And there's some interesting things to take away from this. In that, the Greens actually performed very well. Very, very close to what they were polling to be achieving in their, most charitable polls. And more than what they were being underreported on with some. In some polls. Of course, Reform's made the most gains, but we're going to get to that. Yeah? We're going to get to that. And trust me, chat, it's funnier than you'd imagine. Yeah? It's funnier than you'd imagine. There's more hope to be found than you would think. Okay? And we'll get to that. This is the key takeaway. The key funny takeaway is this. And it's also this. Yeah? Labour lost 1,496 council seats across the country. Lesbian Hot Sauce regretting being here so much. The Lib Dems made some gains, 155. Conservatives, yes, 25% of their total councillors. Hello, hippie marshmallow. Is it safe to say that Labour are splitting the Labour vote? Yeah, 1,000%. I would say that. Yeah. So yeah, the Lib Dems, they made a couple of gains. The Conservatives, extremely funny. They lost 563 council seats. Incredibly funny stuff. Independents have also done quite well. Some of these are your party endorsed independents. Broadly, independent councillors tend to have decent politics that are more informed by the material conditions of their local area that they're standing in, right? It's funny how the gains by Reform almost matches one-to-one losses by Labour. Okay, the first thing that I do not want people to start doing is what Reform wants people to think is happening, which is that, Labour voters switched to Reform, right? Because that's not something that happens, okay? It's just not something that happens. So, it doesn't never happen, but it certainly doesn't happen to the degree which Reform is claiming that it happens, right? We have to think about what Reform are, right? How they are perceived. Chat, I'm going to tell you a crazy anecdote, yeah? Spoke to my dad after the local council elections, and he was saying, how was your big stream? How did it go? Yeah, was it good? Yeah, good. Yeah, all my dad cares about is, did I make money, right? And I was like, yeah, I made a bit of money, yeah. I grew the viewership, the business is booming, Dad. That's all he really cares about. But, you know, I was talking to him about, like, my analysis of it and, like, what it means and, like, what the reform gains are all about and shit like that, right? And he was like, oh, yeah, you know, because that's crazy. Like, you know, I thought that you were going to vote reform, right? My dad thought that I was going to vote reform. Now, what you need to know about me and my relationship with my dad, yeah, is that I am an insufferable communist, right? I am an insufferable politicized adult child, millennial. That's who I am. So when I go and see my dad and my stepmom, when they come up here for breakfast and stuff, when they, you know, when I go and see him, right? Good for you. No, this is part of the anecdote, right? I will talk endlessly about politics. I will talk about politics. I will talk about my opinions. I will talk about all this stuff, yada, yada, yada. And my dad, yeah, in his, like, you know, now I've said to you, my dad's wealthy. He's well off, right? I'm very privileged in that my, you know, if anything ever goes tits up, my dad could support me and shit like that. He doesn't want to, which is why he wants me to make money on stream, but whatever. He's very reluctant to do so, because he's one of those guys who's like, no son of mine's getting handouts kind of thing. He was very, 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 very poor when he was a kid, and pretty much up until he was about 30, and then he started a business and he made a lot of money, right? So, you know, he is working class in his personhood, in his personality, in his, you know, level of education that was denied to him because of his position in society. But yeah, so that just so you understand him, right? Like, he just has the level of education that, like, most people in the UK have, despite him being well off. Yeah. He just thought that reform was the protest vote, right? And that's how most people see it. Yeah, it's literally how most people see it. And I know that there's some people who are there saying, like, don't call it a protest vote. The people who voted reform know what they were voting for. Absolutely. Don't discount that for a second. There is definitely a significant amount of people who voted for reform who are fascist racists, right? Not insignificant. Any amount of people who voted for reform for that kind of politics is a problem. It's a problem in our society. However, did the majority of the country vote for this? No. Right? Voter turnout is, as it always is in local council elections, low. And it was also historically low. Yeah? That's the important thing to remember. And there will have been a significant amount of people who voted for reform as a protest vote. They don't know what reform's policies are. Yeah? Deeper study has now convinced me that the English working class will never accomplish anything, Marx. I don't think he said it exactly like that. But yes, yeah, it's a bit of an evergreen thing. It's also not true. It's also not true. He's going against his own science there of revolutionary optimism. So, yeah, he's wrong about that. But, yeah, so, and again, let's talk about the comparison here, right? Let's talk about the comparison in terms of vote losses. Like, you know, what Reform wants everyone to think is that all these people, these 1,496 wards, yeah, the people who voted for these councillors in the last local elections have now voted for Reform. It's not true, right? And we can see this when we go to various different seats that were, you know, held by Labour, for example, but have some kind of... what's a good example of this? Bolton, right? Bolton's a great example of this shit. You go to the detailed results for Bolton. We have a look at the kind of, you know, people that have been elected. You've got 3 Green councillors in Bolton. Now, these weren't target wards, as far as I know. These were literally just fucking paper candidates. Yeah? So it's like, you know, there wasn't even canvassing or campaign money going to the Greens here. Now, Reform got 9 councillors, you know, But Labour still, you know, actually got 2 councillors. They lost 5. You know, maintained 3, the Conservatives, and lost 4. You know, it's not as cut and dry as people aren't voting Labour and voting Conservative and voting Reform. The reality of what's happening is that people aren't voting Conservative and they're voting Reform. That's the biggest switch, right? That is the biggest switch. What is being left out of this conversation in a massive way is the amount of Conservative voters who were depressed with the lack of right-wing momentum from the Tories during a period of radicalization like in 2020 to 2026, right? So, you know, they saw the way that, like, the Reform, the Conservatives were going, and they were like, why aren't we being more racist? Yeah? Those are the people who have majoritively switched sides to vote for Reform. Let me give you an example. If we look at... what's another good council to look at? Let's take a look at the Salford City Council votes, right? We were taking a look at this on election night. Salford City Council. Okay, let's have a look at this. Local election results. Do we get vote numbers? Votes cast. Ah, here we go. Here's a good way to look at this stuff, right? So, this is the ward of Barton and Winton. This went to... Local total turnout. Is this for Barton and Winton, or is this everybody? I think this is everybody. So the total turnout was 34%. We looked at that on election night. Total electorate 197,000 people in Salford. And you've got Labour Party here, Labour Party candidate in Barton and Winton getting 1,348 votes. And Reform getting 1,306. Yeah. Now, in the last election, however many votes John Mullen got, or whoever the Labour Party candidate was, or anything like that, they probably will have maybe got like twice as many or whatever. And most people, because they look at correlation equals causation, will go, oh, well, them votes have gone to Reform, right? Not necessarily true. We don't know how many votes the Conservative Party got in Barton and Winton. We don't know how many votes, you know, Liberal Democrats got. These could be people who voted for those parties last time, but they decided to vote for Reform this time. And also there's the contingent of people who are voting as a protest vote. There's also going to be a lot of first-time voters who are voting for Reform because they've gone, well, I've lived under the Tories, I've lived under Labour, they're both shit. What's one party that I know about? It's Reform. I'm going to vote for them, right? You know, and maybe they're susceptible to some false consciousness stuff as well, and they're falling for it. Yeah, that's the majority of Reform votes. But, you know, there is going to be a significant amount of people who are doing this protest vote thing. And again, the Greens got 586 votes in this ward. Yeah? I guarantee that this was a paper candidate. 586 is nothing to be sniffed at. It's half of what Labour got. Pretty much. Almost half of what Labour got. And Reform as well, you know, with barely any funding. The Green Party gets £300,000 of funding per year, right? And that is only new. That's not even historically. This is new because of all the new membership, because the Green Party's got 230,000 members now, right? It's member funded. How prevalent would you say anti-immigrant sentiment was for the local elections? I mean, the mainstream media would make you think that it's everybody's, like, big talking point, but it's not. Most people are talking about their fucking material conditions, right? Which is why the Greens won so much. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom. Back for another job interview. Let's go. Sunderland might be funny just to laugh at Labour going from 54 seats to 5. Yes, the absolute bloodbath was fucking incredible, right? The bloodbath is ridiculous. Places where the Greens won, you know, Reform did pretty fucking badly. So Blackfriars and Trinity, you know, these are city centre areas, but Blackfriars and Trinity is not like, you know, exempt of working class people who might be, you know, thinking about voting for reform. They're not exempt of people like who might want to vote for a protest vote or whatever. I can't remember if Blackfriars and Trinity was a target ward, yeah? But the thing to remember about the Greens is that of all of their targeted wards, where they targeted it with funding so that people could do canvassing and campaigning, they won, right? So what that shows is that when the Greens have got funding and target wards to win, they can win them, yeah? Thurza Asanga in Moss Side won, yeah? Moss Side is one of the lowest voter turnout areas in the entire UK, right? It is completely depoliticized in terms of apathetic, yeah? And Thurza Asanga won with like 3,000 votes or something insane. It was ridiculous. Let's see if we can get to Moss Side. Manchester City Council elections. Like Moss Side is a historically black area. Like people have you know, anti-racist black activists have called it an outpost of colonialism, right? Manchester City Council elections and voting. Can we get election results? Local elections. Ancoats and Beswick, Ardwick, Oh my god, did the Greens win in Ardwick? I didn't look at that actually. Oh my god, the Greens. The Greens won in Ardwick. I can't believe that actually. That's fucking crazy, man. How many votes did Reform get in Ardwick? Only 295. That's so funny. Oh, that's actually dead funny. Incredible stuff. Sheffield did well, but it was split Green and Reform in old Labour territory. Yeah. Right, let's have a look here. Brooklands, Burnage, Charlestown, Cheetham, Chorlton Park, blah, 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 blah. Arparay, still Labour. Higher Blakely. Reform in Higher Blakely, that's not surprising. Although the Greens did good in Higher Blakely, that's pretty impressive, actually. Hume, Levenshulme, Longsight, Miles Platin, Moss Side. Right, here we go. 2,300 votes. That's what it was. Right? 2,300 votes. The turnout was 27%, chat. Reform got 189. Now, remember what I've just said, chat. This is an outpost for colonialism. Anti-black activists have described Moss Side as an outpost for colonialism. You know, it's like a segregated, without a segregation law in the UK area. And even some people here voted for reform. Do you know what I mean? It just goes to show you that people do not understand what they're they don't know what they're voting for. Some of these people will, you know, I'm not saying, you know, I don't want to sit here and be like, you know, the white guy saying like, oh, you know, black people think the same or should think the same. I'm not saying that. You know, these would be probably like majoritively white people who live in Moss Side, right? Most of them, but there are going to be all kinds of people who voted for reform. You know what I mean? Reform taking over Scotland too. What are you talking about? What you on about? What's happening? Like, do people just like watch the mainstream news and just be like, yeah, man, that's real? Reform didn't take over Scotland. you know in Scottish Parliament they're an SNP, like it's an SNP government now. You know that, don't you? And the majority of seats in Scottish Parliament are like pro-independence, like the Scottish Greens and the SNP. The result in Scotland was very good. I would have liked if they didn't get joint second. They were always going to get joint second. Like, joint second, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that they're replacing the Conservatives as the opposition. Just means that they're replacing the Conservatives as the opposition. It's nothing to worry about. You know? This is what I'm saying. Now's not the time to get scared. It's a much better result than what people are thinking of. And I know that most people are going to hear me saying that and go like, what are you talking about? But I'm going through it now. Do you know what I mean? I'm literally going through it now. You know? That happened because we had proportional representative voting. Everyone gets a rep, and they split the Tory vote. Exactly. It's not that bad. The amount of Tory to Reform defections. Yes, absolutely. They get opposition questions, though, every week. And do you really think that they will be taken seriously when they say the kind of things that they're going to say in Scotland? Do you know what I mean? When the majority of Scotland voted for a independence party, and then you've got, like, you know, an anti-independence party fighting against that, do you think that's going to go down well? Do you think that's going to do wonders for Reform's support? You know, it's not. It's not going to happen. So anyway, here is the hope to be found in the local council election results. Reform are just the legitimised party. Yeah, they have £15 million in funding from crypto billionaires and millionaires and absolutely insane expat millionaires and shit like that. The fact that this is happening and the fact that the media is cottoning onto it is really, really good. Because it now means that Reform are going to be under a bit more scrutiny, and people will be looking at them more closely, because it's like, oh, okay, well, loads of people have voted Reform. They've got this big platform now. What are they about? What are their policies? No one's talking about their policies. Only the policy is literally the policy that everybody knows is get rid of migrants. And some people don't even know that. Because why would my dad, yeah... Who, again, chat, it's important to remember, my dad is apathetic about politics. He's like, don't believe in any of it, blah, blah, right? Don't affect me, yeah? I don't give a fuck. And he thought I was going to vote Reform, despite the fact that I consistently tell him, like, he knows I'm woke. Like, this is the thing. He's always there and saying, like, oh, well, I don't know if I can say this anymore. You might tell me off for saying it. He knows I'm woke. He literally knows I'm woke. And he was like, oh, I thought you were going to vote Reform. People don't know what they're about. They just don't know. You know? It's the really important thing to remember about this. Like, that there is a significant amount of the population who will have voted for him as a protest vote because they don't know what they're about. And again, I maintain the majority of people in this country are not interested in the kind of extreme right-wing radical policies that Reform wants to make happen. Yeah? Because again, the majority of people did not show up to vote in the local council elections. You know, a low turnout of the electorate turned out. And the Greens still won 441 councillors, 587 as a whole, which means they've held on to a bunch of councillors as well. An incredibly insignificant amount, you know. I don't follow politics, but the Greggs sausage rolls are too expensive. People will... That is why they will be voting, and they'll think, yeah, man, Reform are the way to vote. Because they just don't know. They're just like, let's just try something different. You know? So... very important to look at the gains where they've happened. That's my take on that. Now, here's some other hope to be found about all of this stuff. Chat, what does it mean that there have been 1,450 Reform councillors elected, winning 14 councils in the UK? What does that mean? Right? What do we know about previous Reform councils, yeah, that were already because we already had some Reform councils in the UK, including in Kent, right? Lots of scandals. That's right. Do they actually know how to run councils? No, is the answer to that. Lots of them resigned. There were even instances of fake candidates being elected, yeah? Not turning up to meetings, changing mad stuff, like changing the amount of times that bins are collected from 2 weeks to 3 weeks. So people are just like sitting in rubbish. And the council's going, no, it works, it's great. Do you know what I mean? How many reform councillors have already quit? Well, that's what we're going to be taking a look at. Ik bin dead. Hello. It's not good to see reform winning so many seats. It's fun seeing Labour getting demolished by the Greens. Yeah, absolutely. Reform is the party of cheaper sausages. No, that's KIER STARMER. Release the sausages. Most people in the West have no fucking idea what's going on politically, but that can and will change. Yep. Bankruptcy also. Well, there's a lot of councils that are bankrupt, but reform have definitely not mitigated those issues. Don't buy Greg's anything. Colin Gregg got 8 years for tampering with young boys. Colin Gregg? That's the guy who owns Greg's? Yeah, that's crazy if that's true, but I think that's going to be like a proper uphill battle in the UK. I think that's when most people's like, you know, sympathies for paedophilia victims will like go out of the window, sadly. And I say that as a paedophilia victim. Him and his brother, yeah, people in the UK would sooner chew their own knob off than stop having fucking Greg's. Don't matter if the Greg's boys were pedos to them. That's just me being pessimistic about how people actually feel about that stuff. Do you know what I mean? The absolute speed at which reform have bankrupted their councils should be studied in a lab. Yes, that's the key takeaway. Absolutely, yeah. Hello, Ezra, and welcome in. So, yeah, so reform, you know, reform have got these councils. That's the experience of previous reform councillors, right? Now, over the, you know, over time, there have been a bunch of councillors that have resigned, been kicked out, all this kind of stuff, yeah? Important to remember. Now, I don't know if this is since the local council elections, or if this is just like a comprehensive list. Reform UK councillors gone. Updated. So I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is like a recent list or you know, a comprehensive list, right? Brian Black, Oliver Bradshaw, Paul Thomas, Bob Ford, Bill Barrett, Ed Hill, James Reagan, Mark Broadhurst, Paul Bean, Adam Smith, Daniel Taylor, John Allen, Nick Holbrook, first woman, Patrick Lambert, Maxine Fothergill, second woman, Ian Cooper, Edward Harris, Isabella Kemp, third woman, Aaron Roy, Jay Cooper, right? Defected, Amelia Randall, Nicola Brown, Christopher Marriott, John Roddy, Peter Colley, Dean Burns, Jack Goncalves, Charles Whitford, Chris Large. These names are amazing, by the way. Luke Cooper, Scott Cameron, Kieran Mischuk, Catherine Shaw, Joanne Blythe, Alistair Hendry, Graham Erdley, Andrew Barry, Todd Ferguson, Owain Clatworthy, Dawn Saunders, Kane Parkinson, Brandon Dodd, Roger Tarrant, Suzanne Desmond, suspended, Lynn Dean, disqualified, Andy Osborne. I think this might be due to the... This might be post-local election, actually, thinking about this, because I know there's been more reform candidates suspended than just Lynn Dean. This might actually be after the local elections. This was put out on the 9th. So what was that, Saturday? Yeah, that was Saturday, right? Because it's the 11th today. Yeah. Okay. Resign, Mark Whittington, Jack McGlennon, Gaynor Jean Lewis, Wayne Titley, Donna Edmonds, Luke Shingler, Desmond Clark, Andrew Kilburn, John Bailey, Sam Booth, Dave McLean, Robert Bloom, Rowland O'Connor, Rob Parsonage, Christine Parsonage, Karen Knight, Anna Thomason Kenyon, Richard Everett, Jack Bradley, Angie Nash, Richard Morgan, Daniel Thomas, David Cumming, Desmond Watt, David Taylor, Michael Ramage. You get the point, right? You get the point. There's a whole bunch of them. You know? And then you've also got candidates like this guy in Sunderland who made a post saying Nigerians should be melted and used to fill in potholes, right? He literally had like a Facebook post that said something to the tune of, "God, so many Nigerians in town, melt them down, use them to fill the potholes," right? Insane racism. A guy who said that the racially aggravated rape of a Sikh woman was good, was elected in Essex. You know? This guy like beat his partner, another Sunderland Council reform councillor, battered his girlfriend and neglected his child, apparently, allegedly. So, yeah. That's the kind of people that have been elected, right? But now, chat, why have these people been kicked out? Why have they defected? Why have they resigned? Now, if this is a contemporary list of like now, yeah, after like this is post local election stuff, all of these are gonna be because like when they defect, right, it means that they no longer agree with the party, right? Richard Tice didn't even condemn them. Yeah, of course not. He doesn't give a fuck. He's not asked. Hello, Bellatrix. These people will have discovered reforms policies and gone, oh, actually, I don't believe in that, right? I don't believe in this. Either they want to be more racist, which it's pretty hard to get more racist than reform, or they realized, oh, this is too racist, or, you know, I didn't realize that we were advocating for privatizing the NHS, or I didn't realize that we were advocating for lowering the minimum wage. I didn't realize that we were advocating for cutting the benefits bill. All this stuff. That's why people defect from reform. And yes, there will be a minority of people who are like, actually, I want it to be more Nazi. You know? Why do reform people get suspended? Probably because they criticize reform. I don't think it's because they do racist shit. Right? Disqualified. Why do people get disqualified from running? Well, it's probably because they're just like not in the right seat or whatever. You know? And now, why do people resign? This might be the biggest part of the list. I think it is. Why do reform councillors resign? Chat, what do you think would make a person go, right, I've been elected. It's time for me to do the job. Get stuck in. Being a councillor. Can't wait, mate. What do you think is going to make him resign? Too boring? Yep, that's definitely a possibility. Yep. There's a big one. There's a really big one. They're bad at their job. I don't think they'd resign for that. I understand where you're coming from, but they don't want to go to work. Yeah. Their crypto fund pays out. I don't know what that means, but do they get paid for it? A councillor in the UK is not a salaried position. Yeah? Now, what does that mean, chat? First of all, it means that you have to do a lot of work that means that you don't get paid for it. So most councillors get what is called a time reimbursement sheet, right? And what you have to do is you have to claim hours that you have spent out of, you know, your time to do council related stuff. So whether it is, you know, you running a surgery, whether it is, making a public appearance or something like that, or attending meetings and stuff. It differs from council to council, and in some councils you don't get reimbursed for turning up to meetings, you don't get reimbursed for making public appearances, etc, etc, etc. And this amount of money, the pot of which you could claim from, could sometimes be as little as £12,000 a year, right? Now that's not even national minimum wage. And you can only claim for 25 hours. And that's not full time. So, I think like you could claim like £12,000, but only only for 25 hours. I think that means like respectively, like if you were to, it would be £12,000 if you were full time or something. So it varies, right? I think like one of the highest ones I've seen is in London, where you can claim like £19,000. But in most councils, like, it's just a totally unpaid position. It's a bit of a faff to try and get money out of them to reimburse you for your time. It's a volunteer position, essentially, right? Seems to me that would lead most of the councillors to be independently wealthy. This is the issue, right? You can't afford to do it otherwise. That's why being a councillor is a bit of a stressful thing. You can do it if you've got a job and you have no social life, right? I know that because I know councillors. I know, and that's how they live their life, because they're committed to actually like making a change. Obviously, the councillors that I know are committed, you know, councillors who actually want to make a change in their local area. So, you know, I'm not gonna know any independently wealthy councillors. right? But the majority of these people will have resigned because they realize they don't get fucking paid for it. Yeah? There has also been reports of reform councillors turning up to the wrong council to sign the papers, to be like, yep, I'm a councillor here. They've gone to the wrong place. It's like, oh, I thought I was in this council. And then they've gone, no, you have to do it the other one. What you want about? Right? It's like a number of councillors who have done that from reform. And then, of course, you got this classic. Yeah, this is utterly classic reform stuff. It's not the first time that this has happened. Waveney Valley, Norfolk have elected someone who doesn't exist after Reform UK used AI to create a false profile. I did hear one who apparently thought they were getting elected as an MP. Yes, there are also people who think that they're now elected to Parliament. So, here you go. George Alexander Jonathan Boyd. Elected with 1,562 votes. Doesn't exist. Not a real person. Mad, innit? It's just absolutely mad, dude. Now, Reform were desperate to get a bunch of paper candidates. Now, I explained on Thursday's stream what paper candidates are, and I've kind of alluded to it here on the stream today. Paper candidates are candidates who are put on the ballot by parties, but they don't actually campaign for them, right? Now, Reform relied on a lot of the national exposure that they've been getting in the press and their legitimacy as the protest vote in order to get their paper candidates elected. So when it comes to stuff like this, yeah, this is why this happens. Now, why did they want to do so well in the local council elections to actually, why do they want to do it so much that they would make AI candidates and they would, like, not inform their other candidates of, like, what they are running for, like, what kind of policies they've got and all this kind of stuff? Yeah? It's because they are only interested in further legitimizing themselves as the party that should be in charge, right? That's all it is. Yeah? Now, what does that mean in reality? 1,400. Now, the people who've resigned, defected, and all that kind of stuff is like a snapshot of the amount of Reform councillors who won't turn up to do the job, will mismanage the council's budget, further drive the, the councils into bankruptcy. There'll be more defections down the line when people realize what Reform actually stands for. Like, they'll do something in council, National Reform will get in touch with them and say, yeah, I heard that you just advocated for this in the council meeting. What are you doing? That's not our line. And then they have an argument. They go, why are you privatizing the NHS? That's our policy. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, is this who I fucking stood for? Etc., etc. There's going to be loads of conversations like that happen. So this is a snapshot of what is going to happen down the line until the next council elections, right? Which I think is next year. Might be next year or the year after. I can't remember. I think it's next year. And it is also going to build up to the general election. I truly believe that this is something that is going to make the support for Reform implode. Yeah? The mismanagement of these councils will radicalize people against Reform. It will mobilize people against Reform. And local council candidates, yeah? Local council candidates can, in fact, use this to, to their advantage to campaign. Your copium balances out my despair. It's not copium. This is just actual factual analysis. It's not copium at all. You know? Duke of Blonde, have you covered Joshua Kim yet? Who's that? I don't know who your wee daffy pals are. It should actually be a crime to put an AI chatbot on a ballot as a politician. Yeah, no, it's an attack on democracy, yeah. It's an attack on democracy. It literally is. Does anyone really pay attention to their council, though? Yes. If you are a working class person and your bins are suddenly not being collected at the same frequency that they used to, and you've got rats in your gaff, yeah, you pay attention to it. You know, one of the biggest things when I was organising in deprived areas in Manchester, some of the most deprived areas in the country, a lot of their issues and bugbears were with the local council. You know? If you're in an area where you're not complaining about your local council, you're probably in quite a lucky situation. when are people not complaining about the council? Yeah, exactly. Also, hi Sorka, by the way, welcome in. Reform are gonna fuck it up, do you know what I mean? They're gonna fuck it up. Oh, you meant to say hopium. Yeah. It is hopium. It is hopium. We're gonna get onto some more hopium in a bit, but you know, I'm just explaining to people the reality of this stuff. Here's some more hopium, actually. Actually, no, we'll get onto this hopium now. Right? We'll get onto this hopium now. Pretty remarkable stat. The Green Party got 1.95 million votes at the local elections, excluding mayoral votes. Right? Approximately 1 million more people than the best record in 2023. This is incredibly good. As I said, chat, with the reality that the Greens are only funded to the tune of £300,000 versus Reform, 15 million. And then behind that, it's like Labour at 13 million, Conservatives at 14 million, whatever. Right? For a small party, the way that I put it, let me just give you, this is what I put on Blue Sky the day after the elections. Reform made massive gains in the locals, but remember they've been the legitimised alternative option with millions of pounds of funding and a totally complicit media who are happy to astroturf them for corporate interest. The new Greens have made big relative gains after less than a year. Chat, it is less than a year since Zach Polanski was elected, and the current messaging of the Greens was amplified in the way that we have seen it. And they have now gotten a historic high, doubled their highest record of votes in a local council election. Yeah? With significantly less funding, the entire media set against them, and a targeted ward model where the vast majority of Green candidates nationwide were paper candidates, no funding for campaigns, no canvassing or campaigning. They at this point when I was posting it, they gained 210 councillors and the count's not done. The reality is that they nearly gained 500 councillors, right? 500 councillors. If you want to find hope, look at the voter turnout. Watch interviews with people in areas where Reform won. Look and listen at the kind of people voting for him. They're often idiots who've let false consciousness of racism into their lives, or they're doing a protest vote. Also, look at how Reform councils have managed those councils. Almost every single one has been ran into the ground. The people there are pissed. Reform candidates are going to realise that they don't get paid to be a councillor and will do literally fuck all and set themselves up with a terrible reputation. Now is not the time for pessimism. Now is the time for action. Chat, the key thing about our country, yeah, the UK at the moment, is voter apathy. What's Left After, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 13 months. How you doing, Devin? Everybody go follow What's Left After. Cool lefty streamer from the States. Why did that not work? Oh, I did it wrong. Totally spelled that wrong. Oh, thanks. Sorry, yeah, you did it. You managed it. I forget that TTK's here. Sorry. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, TTK, for the shout out. Everybody go follow him. The Greens did really well this election. They were just competing against the rising tide of fascism and voter apathy and ignorance. Yep. Joshua Kim is a Reform candidate elected to the Senate, didn't turn up to his count as he didn't want to miss out on being paid being a supply teacher. I don't understand the significance of that. What's the significance of that? Sorry. As I was saying, chat, right? As I was saying, the biggest issue that we face in England is voter apathy. And I'm sure there's issues with that in Scotland and Wales as well. Voter apathy. People just don't believe that change is possible. Now, how do you reach those people? Join your local tenant union. Organize your neighborhood into a community neighborhood group. Organize your building into a community building group. Just start a WhatsApp group with your neighbors, right? Meet people, build connections, talk to apathetic voters, organize them, show them that you can achieve things through collective action. Even if it's something as simple as lobbying like if we're talking about local councils, lobbying local councillors to change things in your local area, even if it's something small, right? Someone in the comments on what I read was saying that being elected as a teacher is an electoral crime because he's employed by the council he's sitting on. What? If he's a supply teacher, he's probably employed by a private agency. I don't think that's anything. I don't think that means anything. I read somewhere that Labour is losing 6 voters to reform. No. They're not losing voters to reform. This is the key thing that people need to remember. They are not losing voters to reform. They're losing voters to the left. They are literally just losing voters to the left. And it's because they're leaning to the right. You know, they'll never be racist enough for the right wing. They'll just never be able to do that. It doesn't even matter if fucking Starmer puts a fucking SS uniform on and starts Sieg Heiling and shit. It won't be enough. Because they just know that, like, you know, they can't trust him. Like, Labour is just like a party not to be trusted with any kind of politics. But they also feel that way about the Conservatives. It's the Conservatives who, you know, are losing votes to reform. I've seen some local elections where it's literally been minus 20 Labour and plus 20 reform and 0 for everyone else. Right, you haven't seen 0 for everyone else. You've not seen that. Because that's just impossible. Right? That's impossible. I'm sorry, but that's nonsense. You've not seen that. And also, listen to what I'm saying, yeah? So, just because Labour have lost votes in this election does not mean that those people who voted Labour last time are now voting for reform. It doesn't mean that. Correlation does not equal causation or whatever. It doesn't mean that that's happening. You have a bunch of people who are apathetic, you know, and, you know, maybe they voted Labour previously. They know that Labour are shit. They don't know who to vote for in order to make their voice heard. And yes, you will get some of those people who will vote for reform, but it's not the majority. It is just simply not the majority. The polls don't reflect it. The analysis doesn't reflect it. The data doesn't reflect it, right? The reality is that people who previously voted Conservative because they want the Conservative Party to be more racist, or, you know, they were apathetic before, they won't vote for the Conservatives because they didn't go as hard as they wanted them to, and now voting for reform, right? It will be that. And there will be people who've never voted before, and they're using reform as a protest vote. It's stuff like that. They just aren't, there is no correlation with that. Yes, it's not Labour voters that they're losing, it's people who voted Labour once or twice that they're losing, exactly. It's people who've experienced Labour governments and they're going, this is shit. Do you know what I mean? And those are people who are only like, you know, they might have voted Labour last time because they spoke to someone in the family and they were like, who do I vote for? And they were just like, oh, just vote Labour. That's what we do round here. You know what I mean? The support for reform comes from the right. People who voted for Labour are generally not on the right. Yeah? They're generally not. And also, yes, there's no such thing as a Labour voter per se. Exactly. Exactly. You've got people who vote Labour their whole lives or whatever. And sure, that could be like read as like a Labour voter. But, you know, this is what I'm saying, chat. In order to understand the reality of this, we have to think about it. There will be people who will be sat there going, I'm politically homeless because I'll never vote for the Tories, right? I will literally never vote for the Tories because of the 14 years of austerity. But I voted for Labour in the general election. But now look at what they're doing to the country, so I don't know who to vote for. And they would not have voted. They just won't have voted. That's where Labour have lost a lot of votes. They don't see the legitimacy of the Green Party as a valid party yet, but after these results, they will, right? Which is why it's only good for the you know, the Greens, right? And there'll just be a lot of people who are just totally apathetic about this stuff, and most of the support for reform comes from the right and comes from people who haven't voted before. I feel Joshua Kim joined reform as someone who's struggling to pay in his life and thinks that reform will help. He's also South Korean. I mean, him being South Korean doesn't really matter because, like, there are always going to be, you know, people of any kind of ethnicity who vote for the fascist party. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh my God, this idiot, he's a chicken voting for Christmas, turkey voting for Christmas. You know, I would never do that because I'm a white person, right? You know, it's not for me to talk about. But, like, I just think the Joshua Kim stuff is just, like, a bit nothing about, like, what him being a, you know, a teacher and shit. And it's like, oh, he's voting for reform. The only thing that you could use Joshua Kim as, like, a commentary on, right, is the fact that he might not know what reform's policies are. He might be a candidate that was just kind of, like, groomed into being a candidate and, like, pressured into being a candidate. Because, I don't know, maybe he went to, like, a reform meeting in his local area, and they were just like, you seem like you'd be a good candidate, and the reason that someone's saying that might be because he's Korean, right? And they're going like, oh, look, like, this will show that we're not racist, you should be a candidate. You know what I'm saying? All the talk inside Labour is how to turn more left. It's bollocks and it won't happen, but it shows the turning of the tide. Exactly. And this is all coming from pressure from the Greens, who relatively only won 400 seats compared to everybody else. They still made a lot of fucking gains, right? Which is really good, and we should celebrate that. Like, the amount of votes nationwide, 1 million more votes is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Especially when they're getting all the negative media that they're getting and shit. You know what I mean? Also, incredibly important to mention, overwhelming amount of transgender counsellors now. Transgender counsellors in the UK now. Overwhelmingly. It's incredibly progressive and good. Incredibly progressive, good stuff. You know, even to the point where there's now, like, trans members of Scottish Parliament. Iris Duane, I can't remember the first name, but Dr. Manivannan. And, you know, a bunch of trans councillors, members of Scottish Parliament. It's proper good. It's proper good stuff. You know? Hey, Threads. Q. Why Q? What are you on about? Hello, Bobby757, account created 1 day ago. I have a question, question mark. Yeah, go for it. That's what the stream is. Oh, Q Manivannan is their full name. Right. Hi, Threads. Transgender for everybody. RT Clear, it says a lot of Hispanic Trump voters over here because they knew Biden was lying about how great the economy was because they were feeling the pain day in, day out. They voted the other side of the two-party duopoly. The glee of the Democratic Party faithful when ICE crackdown started was very off-putting, yes. Could you watch my stream to see if it's good? No, sorry, don't do that. First bit of advice, if you're a streamer, yeah, if you're just starting out streaming, don't come to other people's streams asking them to do that. Definitely not while they're live. You're just gonna get, like, humiliated like this because that's, like, what do you expect me to do? Oh, yeah, all right, mate, all right, person that I don't know. Let me just take the time out of my day. Like, I'm doing a really fucking important stream here talking about, like, UK council elections, right? Really important analysis. I'm just going to stop all this and watch your stream. What are you talking about? Think about it, man. Like, you know, do a bit of joined up thinking, yeah? If you want people to check out your stream, join a stream community, watch streams that you actually like, yeah? Get to know that community, And then, you know, when you're in the Discord of a streamer or whatever, you want to reach out to the streamer. Hey, do you mind taking a bit of time out of your day? I just want to make sure that, like, you know, can I have some feedback in how I'm streaming and shit like that, right? That's how you do that. You don't just jump onto Twitch after 2 days, after a day and, like, jump into people's stream and be like, please watch my stream. Just don't do that. It's just gonna annoy you and upset you. And it's also going to annoy me, right? Now everybody in the chat thinks you're a fucking idiot and they're not going to watch your stream. So, learning moment. The streams become like a classroom. Sir, I have a question. Okay, so that's what I'm up to. That's where we're up to. Pretty remarkable stuff. Pretty good stuff. Now, let's take a look at another thing that has happened as a result of the gains by Reform, which is that the Reform Party is now under more scrutiny from the press. Let's take a look at this and see what it is that I'm referring to.
Reform UK's leader, Nigel Farage, said today he didn't have to declare that 5 million quid given to him by Thailand-based crypto billionaire Christopher Harborne because it was a private gift to fund his personal security. It was given to him in 2024 before Mr Farage became an MP.
I've been the most attacked, physically, politician of...
He's talking about milkshakes and eggs.
...modern times. And yet, despite repeated requests...
And he's also trying to do the Trump stuff, by the way. He's also trying to make out that he's had, like, you know, assassination attempts, right? Okay, no Fed posting, please. Do you want to get your streamer banned? No Fed posting, please. Yes, well, exactly. Trump's been shot at, though. Yes. You know? Trump has been shot at.
To the Home Office, the police, for protection and help.
So that's why this isn't going to work. Because he's been attacked with milkshakes, which is, of course, wrong and bad. You should never physically attack a politician. That's bad and wrong and illegal. Don't do it. But, you know, he's literally fine. Sorry. Yeah, also, other MPs have been murdered. Joe Cox, stabbed by a fascist. Hello, Groove Holmes. Welcome in.
Been denied at every twist and turn. This money is the only...
Mule, where are your eyeglasses? Have you got laser eye surgery? I literally never wear glasses on stream. What are you talking about?
I can look after myself and protect myself for the rest of my life.
The rules are clear, though, aren't they?
The rules are very, very clear. The rules are very, very clear. And believe you me, we've looked at this from every legal angle. There is no obligation to declare something that is an unconditional, non-political, personal gift. And it will ensure I can be safe for the rest of my life.
The timing of the gift is worth noting. Go back a couple of years. You may remember Rishi Sunak.
No, Virulent is always wild. Virulent is the most parasocial chatter. Thinks that he knows so many things about me, but actually literally doesn't. And needs to chill about that shit. Not true. Yes, you are. You are the most parasocial chatter. You are literally my most parasocial chatter. You're in denial. You're literally just in denial. I'm telling you a thing that is bad about you, and you're like, no, I'm not. That's denial.
Sunak calling a general election, standing in the rain in Downing Street. The next day, the honorary president of Reform UK, that's what he was then, Nigel Farage, said this.
There he was, panicked, in the rain, ill-prepared, calling an early general election which shocked and surprised all of us. He did it, of course, because no flights were going to Rwanda. He did it, of course, because he feared that I'd be back in the front line. Now
this is Reform's messaging, chat. Like, remember, this is Reform's messaging about the Tory party, right? This is the Tory party that he's talking about. He's like, they're not going far enough. They're not deporting people to Rwanda, yada, 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 right? The people who vote for Reform are the people who voted for the Tories, but the Tories didn't deliver on their massively racist platform, right? You know?
I'm relieved to know that I'm not going to stand as a candidate myself. Why? 6 weeks isn't long enough to fight a constituency seat and to campaign around the country.
Just 10 days later, Nigel Farage U-turned.
Hey, Apple Chips.
Down those millions of people. I simply can't do it. It'd be wrong. So I have decided... I've changed my mind. It's allowed, you know. It's not always a sign of weakness. It could potentially be a sign of strength.
God, he just has no, like, riz at all. Zero charisma. He cannot do the... It's like, right, you know, KIER can't do the Trump thing. KIER is trying to do the Trump thing. He's trying to just, like, ignore all the criticisms and be like, it's fake news. It's fake news. It's not real. I didn't know. I wasn't told. Right? He just can't. It's it's unlikable. It's really like Farage can't do it. Keir Starmer can't do it. You can't do the Trump thing in America. In the UK, you can't recreate it. You just can't recreate it. Trump is kind of a unique guy. Like that, you know. That's what you can say about him. It's one of the things that you can say about him of all time. But you know, you just. None of this can be replicated by these fucking like wooden plank political figures that have just like no personality. The only personality that Farage has got is like, I like a pint and I like a cigarette. You know? I still can't believe Farage was a punk. I can. Johnny Rotten was a punk. But they were all people who, you know, tacked on to a movement to fucking that was popular at the time. Do you know what I mean? Punk was just a dead popular thing to be. And there's a bunch of punks who used to be punk. There's even Nazi punks, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, punks have historically been as racist as they have been anti-racist, sadly. Yeah, it became a popular counterculture movement, and that's always going to be taken advantage of. You know what I mean? Trump is one of one. Not even his kid has the same charisma. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, yeah, this guy, you know, Jello Biafra has something to say about them Nazi punks, yeah. Yeah. There are photos of punk Farage, this is amazing. Yeah, it's fucking mental. Farage as a punk. Is this real? I don't know if this is real, man. Is that real? Chat, is this real? That looks like it could be AI. I think that's...
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Space Vencedor, thank you for the 100 bits. Up the raw, Nigel! I found a Facebook video. No, that's not him at all. There's just so much AI of this stuff. Just in case anyone thinks Nigel Farage was a punk in 1983, no he wasn't. Oh, okay. This is actually just fake news. No, he was never a punk. He was never a punk. I didn't fake news anybody. Planet Mushy said, I can't believe that Farage was a punk. I said, I can. I wasn't saying it's true. I was like, I could totally believe he was a punk because it was a fucking, you know, a popular movement. Johnny Rotten was a punk. Days since misinfo, 0. It was a chatter. A chatter said it, not me. I was just like... I was just saying I could believe it. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
Soon after, Mr Farage was elected MP for Clacton.
The punk debunk.
Now, The Guardian reported last week that Christopher Harborne had given Mr Farage the $5 million in 2024 shortly before he declared he was running in that election. That gift was separate from the $12 million Mr Harborne donated to Reform last year. The billionaire has also previously donated to the Brexit Party and to Boris Johnson. Now, Labour and the Conservatives say that Mr Farage should have declared the money on his parliamentary register of interests as soon as he became an MP. The Reform leader disputes that, as you heard earlier. The Commons Code of Conduct states that new MPs must register all their current financial interests and any registrable benefits received in the 12 months before their election within 1 month of their election. Mr. Farage says the crypto billionaire wants absolutely nothing in return for his money. It is true that Reform UK have crypto-friendly policies, and Mr. Farage has personally invested in a crypto firm run by Liz Truss's former Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng. Here's Nigel Farage speaking at a crypto conference in Vegas last year.
And what I want to do when we win the next election is bring us into the 21st century. We are going to launch in Britain a crypto revolution. We're going to make London...
He's coming up with this off the top of his dome. This is so funny, dude. This is so fucking funny, man.
One of the major trading centres of the world. We're deadly serious, and here it is.
As part of that revolution,
that's so joke,
they would cut capital gains tax on crypto trades, but not other trades, from 24% to 10%.
I love that he just like came up with a policy because he was being given a platform to legitimize his position as a politician, and he was like, "We're going to do a crypto revolution in the UK," and everyone was like, "Yeah." Yeah, grifting is so easy. He was just there, and he was just like, crypto revolution. What is it? It's all in here. Our manifesto. And like, people will have been reading it, like going on the website and being like, there's nothing about crypto in here. And then like 2 days later, there's like a half-assed policy about crypto or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Reform is the only major UK party known to have accepted donations in crypto. In March this year, the government accepted the recommendations of the Rycroft Review. And
what's our cryptocurrency policy? You can donate to the Reform Party with cryptocurrency. That's it.
Pause crypto donations to political parties, as well as introducing a cap on the amount foreign-based Brits could donate. As you'd expect, we asked Reform for an interview tonight. One Reform press officer asked, with who and to discuss what? We said we'd like to talk about the local elections, the detention centres in green areas and the Harborne gift. We didn't receive another reply. And from the Reform head of communications, we had no response at all. Let's introduce your panel this evening. Pollster Luke Trill, Director of More in Common. Associate Editor of the Daily Telegraph, Camilla Tominey. Labour peer Thangam Debonair. And Nick, our Political Editor.
Literally just a panel of right-wingers. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to watch any more of this. I'm done with this. Anyway, so, chat, there is the post-local election analysis. That's the end of the stream. Good night. Nah, I'm joking, obviously. That's the post-local election analysis. Please consider giving me money, okay? This is my full-time job.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Yes, that was a very funny bit, wasn't it? See? New chatter? That's what you can come to expect. That's why you always got to do bits. A bit that never gets old. I have done that maybe twice in my entire streaming career. You fooled me, I almost left. That's the risk. You see, you got to take risks as a streamer. Gained a follower. Some new people will recognize that I can be funny sometimes. And, you know, you got to take a risk. Maybe some people will have left, but that's okay. The false end is a thing, though, in entertainment. Sorry, I thought you were meaning me specifically. Fair, yeah, no, it's a trope, yeah. Okay, so... I remember one previous time. Yeah, exactly. I've done it maybe twice. That was the second time. So, there's the post-local election analysis. Please consider giving me money, chat. This is my full-time job. I get a little bit of support from Universal Credit, but they're kicking me off Universal Credit in October. By that time, they think that I should be earning national minimum wage, which is £1,800 a month. Currently making about £1,200 a month, so we're way off that. But I would be happy at that time in the future to be earning maybe 1,500. So, you know, each month I'm going to be bumping up the dono goal by a bit and the sub goal by a bit in order to reflect that, the growth, etc., etc. So please consider doing that. I believe that Yo, thank you so much, Valerie Valkyrie. It's the first time I've ever said your name like that. Valerie Valkyrie, thank you for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Of course, don't forget, if we hit £25 today, it means that we will unlock CatCam. If we hit the midway of the dono goal, we will unlock Movie Night for next month. Movie Night has already been unlocked for this month. If you want to enjoy Movie Night with us, join the Discord. You can get the updates in there. I've not organised it for this month yet, but I will be very soon. It'll probably be next week. And yes, if you can't afford to support me via the tip link, don't worry about it. Head over to my socials, head over to my YouTube channel, head over to the Go Live post on Twitter and Blue Sky, retweet those, etc., etc. We are now gonna head into the second segment of the stream, which is gonna be talking about the KIER STARMER drama. So, of course, there has been a bit of an upset since the local council election results on Friday, hasn't there? There's been a little bit of an upset. There's been a little bit of an upset in the Labour Party. That's right, because you got to remember, chat, when Jeremy Corbyn lost 300 council seats in 2017, that was seen as a disaster for the Labour Party, and he was facing calls to resign, etc., 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 right? Keir Starmer has lost 1,500. It is an unprecedented loss. Yeah? Completely unprecedented. It is 5 times bigger than the loss that happened under Corbyn, when everyone was like, we now need to destroy the Labour Party so that someone like Corbyn can never be in charge again, which Keir Starmer was part of, right? He lost entire councils, like every single councillor in some areas, you know? And everyone was talking about it. Everyone was talking about it. That's right, Quiet Mercenary, welcome to the stream. Everyone was talking about it the day after. People were saying, when's the challenge going to come? When's it going to happen? You know, people were saying this is ridiculous. Councillors were being radicalised and were saying, like, I have now lost this position because of Keir Starmer. Yeah, and we were looking at some stuff. We were looking at some interviews on the night of the election here on the stream. The VOD for that will be up tomorrow, by the way. Sorry that I've not done that, you know, particularly. Some chatter in chat called him Kid Starver. Does he starve his children? He starves the nation's children, yeah. That's what that's about. So anyway, we were looking at some reactions from Labour politicians on the night of the election, and they were obviously negative. There were some people who were still in denial. But one MP out of nowhere that not many people know, yeah, new character on the show, you're right, Duke of Blonde, Catherine West. Now, who is Catherine West? So, Catherine West is an MP in some ward, I can't remember which, but she used to be Labour's foreign minister, shadow foreign minister under Jeremy Corbyn. Now, she took part in a coup against Corbyn when she was his shadow foreign minister, and she went against the whip to vote to rejoin, to vote to do some more participation with the EU. When, of course, one of the big things that everybody forgets about Jeremy Corbyn and why he lost the election is that Keir Starmer, who was his shadow Brexit secretary, was basically saying, we need to have a people's vote, another referendum, right? Everybody hated that. Everyone was like, no, we already had a vote. This is ridiculous. It's undemocratic. We voted to leave the EU. That's what we want. And Corbyn was, of course, pro-Brexit for based left-wing reasons. Yeah? Didn't want to be part of a big power bloc, etc., etc. Bit of an anarchist take, right? For a socialist. So the Labour Together crowd essentially destroyed the Brexit position within Labour, which led to Corbyn's loss in 2019. So Catherine West was part of that, right? She voted to do more cooperation with the EU after the Brexit vote, and that was against the whip, right? So Jeremy Corbyn sacked her, or suspended her, I can't remember, as foreign minister, and she just remained as an MP. And yeah, you know, here she is now at the end of it all with what she wanted. You know, this is the government that she wanted. This is the government that she backed. And she has finally fucking snapped. Right? Finally fucking snapped. Out of nowhere. She is pretty much a no-name MP in the Labour Party at this point anyway. She came out of nowhere to be like, he has got to go. Right? He's got to go. She literally said, if someone doesn't launch a leadership challenge against Starmer, I will. That's how serious she is about it. She knows she's got no chance of winning it. She's like, I will launch a leadership challenge if no one else does. This is ridiculous. Why are we standing by and watching this happen? So let's listen to this interview with Trevor Phillips.
Good morning, Catherine.
Good morning, Trevor. Hope you're well.
I'm chipper as ever. Full disclosure, for quite a long time, until I was a constituency, so one of your constituents. But let me just put to you, first of all, what we heard from Bridget Phillipson this morning, who was very nice about you, said you were great friends, but actually you're completely wrong.
So, of course, Bridget Phillipson would say this. She's an absolute tulpa. She has zero personality. She was made in the same politician factory that Keir Starmer was made in, that Wes Streeting was made in. You know, she has benefited massively from the Starmer government. Of course, she's going to remain an ally till the bitter end. It's embarrassing. Similar to Rachel Reeves, similar to David Lammy, similar to Yvette Cooper, all the front benchers, right? They're all just like centrist right-wing cooks. You know, that's it. That's what it's going to be, yeah? I did just call her a tulpa. Yes, she is the embodiment of a created person that has no soul. Yeah? That's a new insult. I haven't heard that one before. You've not watched enough Sophie from Mars content then. You know, yeah, just all briefcase types, you know? Total briefcase types. So that's why Phillipson is saying this.
I respect Bridget, but what I want the Cabinet to do is to close themselves into a room today and come up with somebody who they can all get behind, which would mean we wouldn't have to have a leadership election. And if that can happen, then we can have a very quiet transition without upsetting anybody, without having to go to all of the members.
You see, and you know, she was being lauded, this person, right? This person was being lauded as, you know, a fucking, you know, rebel. Like, yes, this is finally the challenge that we need. And now she's like, everybody's got to play nice. We've all got to get on. We've got to have a nice, quiet transition into something that works. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, this is the level of rebellion within the Labour Party. It's absolutely cooked. Completely cooked. It is a hint of a rebellion, but it is just like, it's so nothing. You know what I mean? It's completely nothing.
And we could have that. Now, I'm a very fair person. The Prime Minister
will
respond tomorrow, which is nice of him because the election was on Thursday and tomorrow's Monday.
It's the wettest part of a rebellion, yeah.
A response earlier than this. But once I've listened carefully to
hey, Michael Bay,
I will be demanding a timetable for an orderly transition, and the chair of the party has to take this request seriously because we've only really got 2 years to turn around the Labour message, to get it out there and to win back working people and to give them confidence that the Labour Party is on their side.
I mean, it's a reasonable analysis of the post-local election results, right? She's being extremely reasonable and very, very reserved at the same time. She should be apoplectic. Now, you know, I understand the patriarchy, like most women are not allowed to be angry, so that's why she's not expressing the same kind of passion that Carl Turner would be, for example, or, you know, some men in the party. But, you know, if I were her, I would be apoplectic, right? It is a disaster. Who is challenging us? The lion will never resign. Now, you know, one of the funniest things about this, right? I wonder if did I get this on the docket of things to watch today? I don't think I got it on the docket of things to watch, so I think I'm gonna try and find it now. Yeah, I'm gonna try and find it now. Me to this lady.
she? Who is she? Who is she? Where did you find her?
Yeah, this is what everybody's thinking about like, who is Catherine West? Who is she? Oh, classic Nikki, classic Big Brother clip. Love that so much. Yeah, I want to find this clip from like from Friday morning. Friday morning Keir Starmer statement. Let's see if we could get it from Friday morning. Because he said some insane things on Friday morning that was just like, what made you think that this is what people wanted to hear? Wait, Angela Rayner spoke 7 hours ago? Oh my god, chat, it's all popping off, man.
And now's the time.
It's all popping off. Now's the time to say, Kate, fuck off. I want to find the thing that he said in the morning on election day. Keir Starmer elections. Because I'm going to say it and people are going to be like, no, he didn't say that. Okay, I found it. Here we go. All right.
Let me be clear, these are really tough.
Let me be clear. These are really tough times.
Results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. May was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges.
The man of tempered glass. We're always clear.
I was elected to do. I intend to see that through. I am feeling very...
It's so crazy, man. It's so fucking crazy the way he's talking. You were just unelected, dude. You just haven't noticed. I know, yeah. I will plunge the Union into perpetual night and open war before I let you pry the premiership away from me. If Starmer steps down, is he still going to be PM? He's not going to step down. Can you not hear him? He's the man of tempered glass. Right? Now, you know, this is the thing, chat, right? What you have to remember is that the people in Britain, right, most people in Britain will be looking at the local election result and going like, either they're terrified of the way that the country is going with the support for reform, so they're terrified of, you know, rising fascism and far-right narratives, right? And they're going, this is fucking Keir Starmer's fault, right? This is fucking Keir Starmer's fault, you evil piece of shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right? Now, the people who voted for reform are going to be sat there going, this is our mandate to get rid of you, you piece of shit. Like, whatever mishmash of politics the people who voted reform have got, right? And also the people who voted green. They're going to be like, you know, this is our mandate to get rid of you, you fucking piece of shit. You lost so many councils. And he's there going like, I was delivered a mandate, a landslide mandate to rule this country. And it was a historic general election victory. Like, do you understand how maddening this is to people? Right? Maddening. It is infuriating. Completely infuriating. Nobody likes this. This is for nobody. This is for literally the, 20,000 centrist dads in this country. Right? Who all think that the dead popular and all of their politics are, you know, the most popular in the country, but it's literally just centrist dads, and there's probably about 20,000 of them. That's it. And even some of them aren't too sure about Keir Starmer. You know? Green Reform Alliance. What? What are you on about? The left-right alliance, the Molotov-Ribbentrop pact of getting rid of Keir Starmer. Reminds me of my own president when he says, you can't win everything and you can't lose everything. You can't even lose a little, but win much. The only winning formula for us. We all lose a lot so that we can win a little. It is like that. It's centrism. Dog shit centrism. The various briefcase types, I think Keith is doing fine. It's just that the public is stupid and bad and wrong. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Hey, Gay Potato, welcome in. Let me be clear. Yeah, he says, conference, let me be absolutely clear. And then he just, like, explodes. And, like, Parliament explodes or something. You know what I mean? It's just all his fault. Now, you know, this response would have been maddening to the country, right? Completely fucking maddening to people seeing this and going like, is he insane? Is he fucking insane? Yeah? Now, what else did he say, chat? That was definitely not something that was going to be completely, you know, angering for the electorate to hear about. Now, this is the Observer, chat, right? These are not like a left-wing paper, yeah? Keir Starmer, I want 10 years in number 10 and I will fight my challengers. Do you understand, my friend, my dude, how completely insane this was to say? Do you understand how angry you have made the first thing that people didn't want to hear was you doing zero reflection on why your party just suffered the most historic defeat in the history of the Labour Party, right? First thing they didn't want to hear is zero reflection of that. Second thing they didn't want to hear is that you're going to be in power for another 10 years, right? You could have just not. How is his ego this big? It's all his lobbying group. The lobbying money is literally speaking through him. He is a tulpa, right? The people who are saying this is the Zionist lobby, the corporate lobby, the oil lobby. They're like, no, you've got a historic mandate. You can push through so many laws that will benefit us. That's all it is. It's just that. Like, this isn't him. Like, the only egotistical part of it that is him being like, yes, I delivered this trade. I delivered this historic mandate. The people voted for us. But that's delusional. Because he just, you know, he's been told that. It's incredible even Boris resigned and he was supposed to be the most shameless man of all time. Yeah, he's insulated from real people. Absolutely. I want 10 years of experience so I can get an entry-level desk job. Yeah, exactly. Allegations of me being a massive knob are not true. It's so insane that he was like, 10 years, bro. I want to be in charge for 10 years, man. Anyway, let's get back to this interview.
Let me just, if I may, bring you up to date on one thing. Bridget Phillipson, I said to her, when is the meeting of the cabinet going to happen? And she said, there will be no meeting of the cabinet. We are not going to do this. So I think you can forget the idea that the cabinet is going to come anywhere near what you
He's trying to hold power for McSweeney. I mean, you've got to remember it's not as simple as McSweeney, right? McSweeney is a symptom of the broader lobbying group effort to completely detooth any radical element of Labour, right? We do have to see this as the Labour Party was infiltrated by Zionist interests, so that's Israel, right? In order to get rid of any possibility that any left-wing candidate in the Labour Party could possibly recognize a Palestinian state, or there could be any majority within Labour that would vote to stop arms sales to Israel, right? And also, again, it's the corporate lobbying stuff. It's the private companies that lobby for PFI contracts so that they could completely destroy our green spaces, etc. Private developers, gentrifying, landlord lobby, etc., etc. All these things exist. They're just speaking through him, and they're speaking through McSweeney. You know, McSweeney is just the tool that makes that happen within the Labour Party, right? We have talked about the Green Councillor gains. Yes, absolutely. We've done the Hopium part. Now we're looking at Labour Copium. Hey, Detaway, how you doing? No one voted for KIER. They voted against the Conservatives and thought he'd have the best shot at beating them. Yes, correct. Hey, Litty, how you doing? Out of curiosity, did you happen to see the interview John McDonnell gave on LBC? I saw John McDonnell speaking on the night of the election, and then I saw another interview where he was just saying the same thing. So yeah, on the big election stream, we saw that on Thursday. 4 ministerial aides quit as scores of Labour MPs call for Starmer to resign. Oh, it's happening! Okay, we're gonna catch up to this, chat. We're gonna catch up to the current breaking news. Okay, let's crack on.
And which means that tomorrow you're going to have to.
Yeah. Also, let's say here's the key thing, right? Here's the key thing. Let's say they replace him with Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham oversaw expansion of PFI NHS contracts, costed the taxpayer millions because they essentially got private land for no reason to build NHS infrastructure. Hey, listen, right? Listen. What do you know about me in terms of organising? Yeah? I used to be the chair of Greater Manchester Tenants Union. Andy Burnham and Andy Burnham's office gave millions of pounds to private developers, essentially as subsidies, yeah? To gentrify Manchester, to gentrify working class areas, socially cleansing them of working class social renters. Right? Andy Burnham is not a good guy. Now, do I think that Andy Burnham could save the Labour Party? Maybe. In terms of, like, you know, left washing the positions and shit like that? I believe it. But how does he become the leader? There's no Greater Manchester by-election happening anytime soon unless a Labour Party MP in Manchester steps down. They're all unfortunately completely subservient to Starmer, right? Lucy Powell, Central Manchester, my MP. She's not going anywhere. She's Starmer's best mate, right? An MP would quit triggering a by-election, right? The only person who has said that they're going to do that is Clive Lewis, and we're going to have a look at that in a minute. But Clive Lewis is the only person who said he's going to do that. Now, will Andy Burnham win in a constituency outside of Manchester? He will not do that. He will not win. And who will win in Norwich? It's the Greens. If there is a by-election in Norwich, yeah, the Greens will win. So any attempt to get Andy Burnham to be in the position to do a leadership challenge will fail. The Greens just won the Norwich Council pretty fucking comprehensively. There's no way Labour are going to win. They could make Andy Burnham a lord. That would be insane. They have like 400 MPs. They can't find one. Absolutely rubbish. What you need to remember about the majority of those 400 MPs is that they were parachuted in by Labour together. They were people who were completely subservient to Keir Starmer, Peter Mandelson, McSweeney. It doesn't matter. None of those MPs are going to resign to make a leadership challenge happen. You know what I mean? The left wing of the party are now the minority. They're straight from the Labour MP factory, the briefcase wanker factory. It's not going to happen. Couldn't they get him in as leader and then get him to appoint an MP? I don't know. Maybe. Also, he is like lefty vibes. The pain of the working class will still be there. Yes. I saw someone saying they should be worshipping Starmer for getting MPs to win in the last election. No, it's absurd. People voted for anything but the Tories. I'm a nerd. It's voted on by unions, MPs, and the PLP, yeah. Hey, Soundkiller. You know, they're trying to kick him out and save face and renew because the Greens swept a lot on locals. They don't want to get caught in snap elections if Parliament votes for no confidence. Keir Starmer, I think, would win a no confidence vote because of those parachuted in MPs, right? It must be triggered through a vote of no confidence, which is done by the PLP. There you go. Yeah. But I think he'd win that. The last thing the Labour Party wants right now is to have more elections. Yep. It's going to be very funny watching it happen, chat. They're not going to save the Labour Party. It's just not going to happen.
You're going to have to decide what you're going to do. What are your thoughts now?
I think that level of Trevor, if I could just say, that level of inertia in the face of the election defeat that we saw on Thursday is a disgrace. Working people sent us a message on Thursday. We have to listen to that, and we have to...
They've had their opportunity and they've fucked it.
Quickly. We have to lay out a timetable, and we have to turn this ship around so that by the time we come to face reform, this is a party that gets given £5 million for doing nothing except being reform. There's so many questions we have about that party. We need to take them on. We need to prove that we deserve to lead this country, that we have got fairness at our heart, and that we're not thinking about ourselves as cabinet ministers or ourselves as MPs, but we are putting working people first. That is our first duty, to serve the people of this country. That is why...
Well, should have thought about that before you fucking stabbed Jeremy Corbyn in the back, shouldn't you? Eh? Sorry, I've got no sympathy for these fucks. Literally. I've got no sympathy for him. Who is this woman? Yeah, we were just saying.
Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Where did you find her?
Yeah.
The Labour Party was formed to serve working people, and I want to see a little bit more grit from the members of the cabinet to hold to account the leader.
Yeah, so just to actually, like, you know, properly fucking, like, you know, communicate this to people. Who she actually is someone who was in the shadow cabinet of Jeremy Corbyn, who stabbed him in the back, right? Not going to go into the details of it because it's pretty obvious. If you stab Corbyn in the back, you're a dickhead. She's a dickhead. Yeah, she was part of the apparatus that, you know, essentially stabbed Labour in the back.
Get round that cabinet table to close that door and to elect a leader so that we don't have to go through a leadership election.
Are you saying...
if the Prime Minister's speech is not up to scratch tomorrow...
Everyone keeps quoting this Clive Lewis thing. Everyone keeps saying it. For every 10 voters the UK Labour lost to reform, they lost 16 to the Lib Dems and the Greens. That's Clive Lewis doing shit electorate analysis. Never, ever, 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 ever listen to a Labour MP. McDonnell, whoever, any Labour MP, never listen to a Labour MP about electorate analysis, right? They didn't lose any votes to reform. No fucking Labour Party voter is voting for reform. It doesn't happen. They lost all of their votes to the Greens or to apathetic non-votes or possibly the Lib Dems. It's just ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. You know, it is right. The basis of what they're saying is right, is that, yes, you know, they need to reclaim left-wing voters, but they're not going to do that. It's just not going to happen, man. Like, it's a waste of time. Complete waste of time.
Very fair. I will listen to the Prime Minister's speech, but if it's not up to scratch tomorrow, then I'm afraid I will have to take action, which means emailing my colleagues from the Parliamentary Labour Party to request their support and getting the 81 names which are necessary.
I should also tell you that I have probably one of the great experts on the Labour Party and its doings in the studio with me, Patrick Maguire, and he says that you don't need the 80 to start a process. You may need 80 to get on the ballot, but the minute you tell
thank you, TTK.
The party authorities that you want to challenge the leader, it will start. Are you really ready for that?
I'm a fair person. I want to give the chair of the party, who is a friend of mine, an opportunity to take control and to provide a timely timetable so that we can all have a secure knowledge about when we will have a new leader of the Labour Party to take us into the next very difficult 2 years, facing up to a new electoral threat. It's no good asking our people like Gordon Brown, Harriet Harman, who I adore, but we've got to be more energetic, and we've got to modernise, and we need a fresh approach to take on this electoral threat. And that's why I do not believe that we are taking this seriously. Can we really let all of today go and not just ask for a change? So that is my polite request to the chair of our party, that she lay out a very clear timetable so that we can all be secure that we can expect a second term of government by winning the next general election, but recognising that that takes 2 years to turn around our machinery, to mend the relationship with the civil servants, to get the machinery of government working, and also to appoint some really good communications people.
This is so funny. She's doing a really good analysis of all the faults of it. But it's like, you did this. You made this happen. I don't know what to say. I've got zero fucking sympathy at all. Anyway, I don't want to listen to more of this. Let's have a look at what we got here. What's this? So here's Bridget Phillipson, another briefcase wanker. Chief Turf, Minister for Women and Girls, or Minister for Women and Equalities, I think it's called. Let's have a look at this.
For your welcome to you, Bridget Phillipson, Education Secretary, on this tricky weekend for your party. So you told us at the beginning that you don't agree with Catherine.
Zero emotion. But
why not, given how bad things have been this week?
Things have been really bad, and I'm not going to come in here and pretend otherwise. You know, we got a real kicking. KIER knows that, I know that, and people are really hurting. We lost many, many good people across our country, including in my community, who fought really hard, had done fantastic things for their local community, and they weren't elected. And that's because of, you know, some of these national challenges that we're seeing. So I'm not going to come on here.
Now, chat, right? Listen to what she's saying. She is literally admitting that we lost loads of good loads of good councillors who've done loads of work, who've done loads, and this is true. This is going to be true. There's a number. One of the best things about the local council elections, right, is that there is a significant number of Zionist councillors who got chucked out of their position and replaced by Greens, right? That's some phenomenal stuff, and there's some hilarious cope happening around that, right? Saying things like, the Green Party think that they're so smart and they really think that they've just been elected to be in the UN Security Cabinet, but they're actually in a council and they've got to do loads of work now. And it's like, you're an idiot. you're an idiot. You think that the Green Party are as delusional as Reform as to like what they'll be able to achieve in local government. That's wrong. Every Green Party candidate is briefed on what they will have to do if they are elected as a councillor, and they accept that they will, you know, they will do their job as part of their candidacy. It's so dumb. So that's a good thing. But Phillipson is right. Right, and just hold on to this, chat. She's right. The Labour Party have significantly lost a lot of good councillors who have done good work in their communities, right? So those councillors are now suffering because they can't do that work anymore, and they've either been replaced by someone from Reform, the Lib Dems, the Greens, whoever, right? If the Green Party is so smart, why have I lost 1,000 councillors? Right, exactly.
That there aren't big and serious issues that we have to address. We can and we will, but I just do not believe that the message we should take from these elections is that we ought to spend time as a party amongst ourselves, arguing amongst ourselves, fighting amongst ourselves. We do need to tell a better story. We do need to deliver faster.
This is so funny. Now is not the time for any self-reflection within the party.
I am learning to be British.
Crescent Moon and Star, thank you so much for the 2 months. Let's go. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Please gonna get a shout out for Crescent Moon and Star. Please go and follow Crescent. Absolutely great streamer. There's a bunch of politics, bunch of geopolitics. Yeah, when is the time? We need to tell a better story. None of this materially benefits human beings. Exactly. It's ridiculous. They're fighting for their jobs too, because if Starmer goes, there'll be a cabinet change. That's the key part. That's the only thing that they care about. Absolutely. We are invincible.
You know, people in 2024 wanted to see a better country. They voted for change, and they don't feel that we have delivered on that change. And that's what has to...
It's not that they don't feel it, it's that you haven't. It's that you haven't done that, you depraved, lying scumbag.
What we have to, you know, what we have to understand...
The net benefit is that this will piss people off more. Yes, absolutely. No one will remember Bridget Phillipson. They won't. And if you bring her up, they'll be like, who's Bridget Phillipson? And you'll be like, oh, she used to be in Keir Starmer's cabinet. Everyone will be like, what an idiot. Everyone will be like, oh, that prick. You know? That's it.
Just to give kind of one brief example of the kind of conversation I had on the doors. Look, some people are angry with us.
Okay, chat, I don't know if I'm going to take this hype train as a legitimate hype train because we've just had like, one sub in like the last fucking hour or something. So we're not going to listen to tunes unless people want to kick off a hype train, and then we will listen to some tunes. It's I'm calling it a ghost train, you know?
A lot of people, I would say, just really feel bitterly let down.
For the time being, yeah.
Failure to get on and deliver the scale of what they wanted when they voted Labour in 2024.
It is actually a scam train, correct?
Who said she'd voted Labour in every election, but this time she was seriously considering not voting at all because...
Now listen to that, chat. Seriously considering not voting at all. Labour didn't lose councillors in terms of voters to reform. You know? They lost them to apathy. People are like, oh my God, this sucks. Right? This sucks. They made them not even want to vote at all. Even if I was completely disenchanted, I would never, ever, 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 ever vote a right-wing party ever. Exactly.
She knew that, in her words, she knew that the last lot were, and I won't use the language she used, it was quite fruity, were terrible. Mm-hmm. And that we had a big job ahead of us, but she didn't feel that the change...
How many councils reported between 30 and 35% turnout? I think the total turnout was about that, like nationwide.
Change that she wanted to see was happening. Now that's
But that's exactly the point, isn't it? Voters have told you in their millions that it is not good enough. And I just want to read you just said you have to go faster.
It isn't good enough. I don't disagree with that.
But this is what you said this time last year. You said we want to go further and faster. That's literally what ministers are now saying.
That's true. That's true. Yes. Do you remember, chat, when the local council elections happened last year and Labour lost a bunch of fucking councillors? And Keir Starmer was like, we need to go further and faster to deliver the change for our country. And they didn't. They didn't. They just didn't.
Your colleague Wes Streeting said this time last year, give us the benefit of the doubt. You've had the benefit of the doubt. You've had another 12 months. Isn't it then, as some people in your party feel, time to do something very different, and that means a different leader?
Well, people are really hurting this morning and have been all weekend.
Oh my God.
So I do understand that. I share that sentiment, and it is a big responsibility.
Yeah, the only change that they delivered was for their paymasters. Hey Krill, how's it going? Stronger, faster, dumber. Starmer's electric campaign. Hell yeah.
To show the people of this country that this Labour government is on their side. And when we haven't told that story as well as we should.
KIER is kind of like me, procrastinating for years, saying the same thing.
An awful lot. Whether that's lifting the two-child limit, delivering on workers' rights, the Renters' Rights Act that will give it...
Oh my God, change the fucking story. Everybody knows the Renters' Rights Act was watered down. Everybody knows the Employment Rights Act doesn't go far enough. Everyone knows that these are completely cynical plays that you are trying to demonstrate that there has been some kind of change delivered, but we all know that it's not real. It's not enough. You could tomorrow announce that you are ending private ownership of the water companies in this country. You could do it tomorrow. You could push it through. You've got 400 fucking MPs. You know?
Real security for people in their homes. But has that message got across? Have we told a strong enough story about who we are and what we're about and what this Labour Party is delivering? No, we haven't. And this is the point at which we absolutely have to do that. The Prime Minister gets that. He knows that. I know that too. We all know that. And this is a perilous moment for our country, when we see the forces of the right in the shape of reform, when we see what they're peddling, it is only
fuck the story.
As a genuinely national party that can bring our often quite divided country back together. And just one final thing on that point. I am really concerned about the scale of division that we see in our country. And we see it really sharply. We see it really sharply with the likes of Reform, where they did incredibly well in Sunderland. Credit to them. They've done incredibly well. But where one of the candidates, who's now a councillor, has been elected, he said that we should melt down.
This isn't going to work, Bridget. It's not going to work. This is your problem. You can't just be there being like, oh my God, this nasty guy was elected. I'm sorry, but like this kind of like, you know, criticism of it. We all knew what Reform candidates' fucking policies and positions were, right? Anyone who knows anything about politics, anyone who's interested in politics, knows what kind of people Reform councillor candidates are. Yeah? You haven't listened. This is your fault. This is literally your fault. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, can you believe how nasty they are? Do something about it!
Nigerians to fill in potholes. This is the kind of racism and division that is so perilous. And I hope you will ask it.
You have created this. You and KIER Starmer. Yes, why did you focus on the Greens instead? Great point. Why the fuck did you focus on the Green Party in the run-up to the election? All you did, all Labour Party fucking candidates did, was talk about how evil the Greens are, how they lie, how they're anti-Semitic, how they're terrorists, how they want to pull out soft on crime and soft on Putin. You know, come on, man.
I hope you will ask him. This is about those awful incidents. It is about what we do, but it is about the contrast.
This is just making people angry. All this is doing is just making people angry. This isn't doing anything for you. Embarrassing shit. Completely fucking embarrassing.
This morning, people want to hear how you propose as a government to deal with being absolutely hammered at the ballot box. And the problem you've got is that there is a growing number of your own MPs who don't think that KIER Starmer is capable of doing that.
They always talk about the merits of our so-called meritocracy and how hard work gets results. Then when they're asked about their failures, they're like, I tried. Yeah, exactly.
Here's the number, about 30 MPs. One of them, Clive Betts, he's not a serial usual suspect rebel. He said people told him we'd like to vote Labour again, but not while KIER is the leader.
This is it, you fucking idiots! Listen to what people are saying! It's so insane, and it doesn't mean give us Wes Streeting. It means we want to see the Labour under Corbyn. We want to see those kinds of policies delivered. This is what we want. We've had powdered at the pubs, and now we're getting hammered at the ballot box.
Another MP, Sarah Owen, said unless he delivers change and connects with the public on a human level, he cannot lead us into another election. So what's the Prime Minister going to do differently?
Well, what he's going to do is some aura posts of him meeting with Gordon Brown and Harriet Harman. Right, now chat, you have to understand what this means, yeah? Who is Gordon Brown? Gordon Brown sold our gold reserves when he was Prime Minister for 1/10 of their value because he believed that gold was no longer relevant. Literally oversaw the collapse of Labour the last time. He was a fucking idiot. Yes, everyone's been saying it, haven't they? The entire public, the entire electorate are going, please give us Gordon Brown. Get Gordon Brown involved. I'm hearing everybody on the doorstep was saying it. We would vote Labour again if you just did an aura post with you consulting with Gordon Brown. Yeah? And also, Harriet Harman, by the way, who also features in this aura post, is someone who ignored some like reporting about paedophilia and like the state of paedophilia and like dismissed child porn because it wasn't actual abuse. And she was like a Labour minister for like equalities and women and shit. And it's like, what are you doing? What the fuck is happening, man? Like, what are you doing? It is literally like he's just actively trying to destroy Labour. He is actively trying to run the party into the ground. It's so crazy. The parallels continue. This is like Kamala touting a Dick Cheney endorsement. Yes. He's doing a Sunak and that worked so well for him. Yeah. It's so mad. We need Peter Mandelson back. Bring him back. The government wants... The people want Mandelson. The people want Brown. They want Mandelson. They want Harman and McSweeney. That's just what they've told me. Right, so that was his post on fucking Saturday. Yeah. And then this is like, I think like an edit of his speech, but we're gonna watch his full speech in a bit, so we won't watch the Aura post for that just now.
So as you set out in the programme, yes, he will be setting out how he intends to address that. But it's not. This is not just about one speech or one intervention.
So what's he going to do differently?
We have the King's speech coming up just this week, where we will set out the bold and ambitious agenda
for how we will
deliver on the scale of what people wanted in 2024. We have to reflect on, I think, we suffered a devastating general election defeat in 2019. We turned that...
Right, no, you can't blame all this on Corbyn. You can't blame all this on Corbyn when it was you and your faction that stabbed him in the back that led to that defeat. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. Sorry, this isn't the fault of a previous Labour government that everybody liked until yous and your faction fucking pushed a policy that everybody hated, that he had to agree with because he's a soft jam grandad who likes democracy. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Over, and we got a huge majority in 2024.
Okay, I like that she's saying huge majority and not landslide. This is just ridiculous. Yes, the lefties with no institutional power fucked everything up.
But I recognise how some of that came about. And that was because of very long-standing and deep challenges that our country faces. I will answer your question directly.
People will want you to. What is the Prime Minister going to do differently?
Look, I will answer it, but there is a context here. And the context is, we were elected in 2024, having overturned a huge Tory win in that election.
It's insane that they're just hanging on to this. Corbyn literally got more votes than Starmer as well. This is so insane, man.
But at that election...
This is so insane. The people who voted for Corbyn know this stuff. So you are pushing those people away by keeping on with this crap. And is this going to win back apathetic Labour voters? No, it isn't. Because nobody believes this crap anymore.
When we won that majority, a big majority, but a fragile...
Literally a record level of low voter turnout in a general election. That's the only reason that you got a fucking landslide victory.
Majority. Because it was in part a response to the enormous failures that we'd seen over many decades.
Fragile majority. That's the first time they've ever said that. That's interesting.
Now, okay, there is a context. It does matter and it is important.
This is what I mean by Labour splitting the vote. They've done this to themselves. No, exactly, yeah.
There are long-term challenges and people want to see action on that. So, to take another example today, the challenge that we're seeing around poor performance...
Yeah, folk were just sick of the Tories. That was it.
Around education. The fact that people feel that government can't and won't deliver. That is the enormity of what we have to rise to.
Secretary of State, forgive me.
It is in part about the simple day-to-day things that when you knock on doors, people say, I just can't get by. I can't afford to go on holiday.
Yeah, that's so crazy, dude. Why is that? It's because your fucking Employment Rights Act doesn't go far enough. The Renters' Rights Act doesn't go far enough. You're still giving out private fucking contracts to developers and everything. Like, it's so obvious. The corporate lobby is what your party cares about. And you're doing cynical, tiny, slightly left-wing measures in order to like prove that you're still a left-wing party. For example, the Hillsborough paper. Every single fucking person in the Hillsborough Families for Justice organization says this does not go far enough. You've watered it down. It's dog shit. Why are you doing this? And that's one of the most offensive parts of this entire alongside the support for genocide, alongside the fucking criminalization of pro-Palestinian protesters and direct actionists, alongside all that stuff, it's one of the worst things that this Labour has done. Cynically represent itself as a left-wing party, but it is in fact not doing anything. Yes, without accountability and transparency, this posturing is nothing.
I'm worried about the future of our country. The Prime Minister will set out a fresh direction.
The wars aren't helping. Yeah, but the Prime Minister has so many options available to him in order to make things easier for this country. And one of the things that he could do to make things easier for this country is all the things that we're getting from oil, for example, power, etc., yada, 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 could be solved by increasing trade relations with China. But he won't do that because he's an imperialist stooge. He's an imperialist fascist stooge. You don't understand. Corbyn participated in a jig the night before Remembrance Day. He didn't bow enough. Do you remember that one? Who remembers this one? Did Corbyn snub the Queen? The bow row. Where's the fucking pictures for it, man? The pictures for it were completely insane. Like all of here you go. Oh my god, fucking this shit, man. Do you remember this shit? The 10-degree angle measurement one as well. It's completely fucking mental. Look, he stayed upright. I can't believe it. Just mad stuff. As you know, lesbian hot sauce, it is illegal to express support for a prescribed organization in the UK, and I know that was a silly joke that means that you do not, in fact, do that, and you won't be getting your boy banned from Twitch for supporting terrorism. Never forget the Chairman Mao style bike.
For our country and for our party.
Never forget that.
We'll rise to the scale of what we face. But we have to be honest about the scale of what we face. I share the impatience that people feel.
Corbyn, 6 letters. Hitler, 6 letters. Makes you think.
How frustrated.
About how nearly 2 years on, people want to see more. I get that. I'm not going to step back from that. But I also...
The £1 million council house? That was another banger? Wait, what? What was that one?
About the enormity.
Oh, that is he bought his council house or something and now it's worth £1 million?
Of the decades-long challenges that some of this comes back to, the status quo won't cut it. I
think,
get that.
With respect, Secretary of State, I think people, Labour voters, former Labour voters, your colleagues in the Labour Party this weekend, don't necessarily want to hear a history lesson or have the context. Everybody knows it's difficult. Explained again.
Bridget Phillips is from my hometown. We do not talk like that. Yeah, it's so obvious, man. It's so obvious that she's just like proper fucking privileged.
Going to do differently. He's promising that change will come.
It's just what London does to houses, exactly.
What happened in Downing Street yesterday. A former Labour Prime Minister.
It's also what the commodification of houses, which is a massive problem that we have in the UK, does to house prices, right?
Turning up in Downing Street, does this look like change to you when people say that, see that?
Look, I think Gordon Brown is a tremendous individual who has got a lot to offer. I absolutely do.
Oh my God! What are you talking about? No way. This is when it's starting to get funny, chat. This is when it's starting to get funny.
Come more quickly. I just want to show people what happened in Downing Street yesterday. a former Labour Prime Minister turning up in Downing Street. Does this look like change to you? See that?
Look, I think Gordon Brown is a tremendous individual who has got a lot to offer.
It's like, I almost can't believe it's real. I feel like my brain is broken and we're just like in a different reality. What are you talking about? What are you I'm literally, it's like a tear going down my face. I'm crying from laughing. It's insane.
Absolutely do. And I've worked with them really closely on tackling child poverty. And what I would say is, whatever the challenges, whatever our failures and shortcomings, and look, there've been plenty. I won't hide from those. I'm upfront about them. It is only because of a Labour government that we are on course to lift the biggest number of children out of poverty in any parliament ever.
It is just literally a lie. It is so... this is one of the most depraved lies that they do, where they say we're on course to lift the most children out of poverty in any parliament ever. You could, first of all, it's not true. Second of all, it would be so easy to do it like tomorrow, right? Tomorrow. You were about, by the way, you were also, yeah, it's because they're changing the definition of poverty as well. And you were about to enforce the 2-child benefit cap, which would have been so fucking evil and would have plunged millions of children into poverty, right? So I don't know what you're fucking on about, man.
That is the kind of change that comes when you elect Labour governments. That's something I've worked very closely with Gordon Brown on, where he has huge wisdom and expertise.
Yeah, but he doesn't, though. What are you talking about? That's so funny. She's like, yeah, man, I've been working with Gordon Brown on this, who is clearly a financial genius.
Of course, it is not just about the wisdom and expertise of Gordon Brown, of Harriet Harman. It is about all of us collectively, as a government, as a party, and yes...
Did Quensberg even mention Harriet Harman? Because now she's brought up Harriet Harman, and it's like, Harriet Harman, like, dismissed child porn as, like, not a real issue. What are you on about? What are you talking... What are we talking about, man?
Minister too, and he takes responsibility, but I take responsibility. This is not to be shouldered by one person. This is a collective endeavour that we have to make sure that we are telling about the story. I could list off all of the things this Labour government has achieved, but I get that it's not cutting through. I'm not going to do that.
Thanks to the unique way universal credit works, some families don't see the effect of the April scrapping of the 2-child benefit rule until June. Mad. Absolutely mad.
I could give you a very long and ambitious list,
and you have given us some examples.
But it is not resonating, and that's what has to change.
And that's the problem. Will Keir Starmer be leader of the Labour Party at the next general election?
Yes.
Gordon Brown took part in one general election and he lost, I know.
And you have given us some examples.
But it is not resonating, and that's what has to change.
And that's the problem. Will Keir Starmer be leader of the Labour Party at the next general election?
Yes, I do believe that.
How to lose all credibility in less than a second. How to lose any single shred of credibility you have as a politician in a second. You say that you believe that Keir Starmer will lead us into the next general election. Very funny stuff. Very, very, very funny stuff. Now he might, because he might win a leadership challenge. He might win a no confidence vote. He's got all of the sycophants in his party. Mandelson and McSweeney made sure of that. So, I don't know, man. He very well could be. But, like, having this level of confidence in him is completely incredulous at this stage in the game. Right? It's crazy. It's so fucking crazy.
I just want to ask you about your day job as Education Secretary. I want to show people something pretty unusual that's happened in the last few days. There's schoolgirls in East London protesting against teachers who had gone on strike. And there they are there, girls from the Connaught School, telling their teachers they should get back to work. Now, one of the teaching unions is actually threatening to ballot for industrial action because they say you're not being generous enough with your offer.
Hang on a minute. What the fuck? Kids with more respect than adults. okay, listen. If kids are saying, get into school and teach me and don't be on strike, they have been groomed to do this by their reactionary parents. That is literally that. That is literally what is happening. Insane stuff, dude.
Actually threatening to ballot for industrial action because they say you're not being generous enough with your offer to them. What are you going to do to stop teachers going on strike?
So on that second point, I think it's wildly premature on their part. We haven't even gone through the peer review process. So
oh, brilliant. Yeah, do it. Yeah, fucking do it, mate. Yeah. Just do the West Street in line when junior doctors are going on strike. Just discredit the doctors, discredit the unions. This will certainly turn out well. This will certainly turn out well.
And we are investing record sums in our schools, and they've had big and generous pay awards. I would say it's disappointing that we saw that action so close to exams. And credit to the young women, because I think that's the kind of involvement in our democracy I want our young people to be.
What? She's like, yeah, man, it's so sick that those young girls were demanding that their teachers go back to work. That's participation in democracy. No, it's disgusting, actually. No, it's disgusting. It's disgusting, and you're disgusting. You're disgusting. You are disgusting. You know, my opinion of Bridget Phillipson previously was like, you know, she's one of the most like nothing ministers, really, just hasn't really done that much stuff. You know, she's certainly overseeing like the turf stuff, and that's disgusting. This on top of that is like, oh, you're disgusting. You're like disgusting. That's crazy, man. As a shit lib, everything I like is democracy, yeah.
Massive smile when you've seen those girls having a go at their teachers on the picket line.
It's not that they're having a go at anybody. It's that I want our young people to be engaged in the issues that matter to them. And those young women, I think, are a brilliant example of that.
And what do you say to the NE?
It's so good when young women embody the spirit of Margaret Thatcher. That's so good, dude.
The teaching union balloting.
I think it's irresponsible and massively premature.
Okay, Education Secretary, thank you very much indeed.
Oh my God, I can't wait to see the back of you, man. I can't wait to see the back of this. I want that. I want it to happen. I've changed. I mean, I haven't. It wasn't that I didn't want it to happen. Excuse me. It wasn't that I didn't want it to happen before, but I do want to see these evil ministers gone. I want to see Keir Starmer gone. I want to see these evil ministers gone, but in any way, shape, or form, right? You know?
For coming in. It's a difficult weekend for the Labour Party. We appreciate you coming in to speak to us.
Mental stuff. Right. What's this? This is a Politics Joe interview that we might not watch all of it because I need to get through some more of the news. Bridget Phillipson again on Trevor Phillips. Do I want to listen to more Bridget Phillipson after that? I don't think so, man.
What have you made?
We've got Clive Lewis. I'm just keep saying Phillips. Clive Lewis on Politics Live. I think this was earlier today. Let's have a little look.
What have you made of that, what Ben is just telling us there, about Catherine West and about her deciding maybe not to challenge the Prime Minister? Where are we?
So, yeah, what happened is that Catherine West stood down her challenge. And I know what that says to me, chat. I think that says to me that she was threatened with suspension. If Keir resigns, my gimmicks are dead. Don't do this to me. She got offered a job. She might have got offered a job. All kinds of corrupt shit could have happened. Threatened with suspension. Bribed with a job. You know? The whip is going to betray Starmer at the leadership conference. Streeton is going to take over and replace the entire cabinet with somehow worse options. Yeah, it could be Wes. It could be Wes. A soul chicken. Labour Together are making moves, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that, look, Labour Together want Keir Starmer to stay in charge. Whoever just commands a majority of the government so that they can push through the lobbying group's policies, right? That's what they want. So, you know, ideally, Keir Starmer stays in power so that he could just like whip these MPs to do this. But now MPs are getting shaky because they're like, I might not have a job after the next general election, right? There might be some by-elections that happen or whatever. So, you know, we will see. They want someone to do a safe handoff, yeah. But let's have a little listen to this.
I think probably what's happened with Catherine is I think she obviously, as a former leader of Haringey Council, she saw some devastating losses. We lost the council. She has close friends who are councillors. We all do. You know, we all had great losses. People who've worked so hard for their local communities who are now devastated.
Hey, more Parif goes, the Labour should double down and put Mandelson on leadership. It's time for Mandelson. The people want Peter Mandelson.
A lot of people were very emotional and upset at the weekend. And I think she's come out. She's made a statement. It's caused a commotion, very clearly. But I think other people have got to her and said that, you know, the way that you've done this isn't going to be the end that we want. There are clearly lots of people who potentially could be the next Prime Minister of this country. And we have one chance at this. We all know. And I think, you know, many people will say, once you swap leader, the democratic legitimacy is reduced. And
sources tell me that Iran is behind this plot against Sir Keir Starmer.
The cat's out of the bag, so to speak, in terms of discipline. Everyone gets that, which is why we get one chance to do this properly and to make sure that we get the best possible person to replace.
Well, let's be
Keir
clear
Starmer.
about this. You want Andy Burnham, who is currently the Mayor of Greater Manchester. You would like him to come back to Westminster. You would like him to challenge the Prime Minister or become the next leader and Prime Minister. So did you speak to Catherine West? Were you one of those people that said to her,
I didn't,
don't do this now?
No, I didn't speak to Catherine. So I'm sure, I know there are other MPs that did,
okay.
But I wasn't one of them. The problem that we've got now, and listening to that speech, is that Keir Starmer is the issue. He's not going to get a hearing. As we go forwards, he has become the story, not what the government wants to do, what it tries to do.
Get his ass, Clive. Get his ass.
You know, the next
Get his ass.
document from the Peter Mandelson files, the next minister, the next thing that...
They could always just appoint Burnham as a lord to make him PM. People were saying this earlier, yeah. I don't know how that would go. Genuinely, I don't know how that would go.
Happens.
I think that would just be seen as like massive corruption if they did that. You know what I mean? Everyone would just be like, this is so corrupt.
We're going to be back here. This isn't going to go away. And the other thing is, this isn't just MPs talking about this. You know, we've spoken to tens of thousands of people over the last few weeks and months, knocking on doors, listening to Labour voters who are turning away from us. We've got one chance. That window of opportunity is going to close. 2 to 3 years, if we're lucky, isn't a long time to turn this government around and convince those voters to come back.
I don't think it can work like that, says Lesbian Hot Sauce.
10 voters that we lose to Reform, we're losing 16 to the Greens or Liberal Democrats or nationalist parties.
They haven't had a Lord as PM for, I think, 100 years.
The midterm blues. This feels existential for the Labour Party and the Labour
Prime Minister needs to be a minister, I think, and has to be elected from the House of Commons, right?
So what happens next?
I think Catherine West has done the right thing. I think enough MPs, I think a number of MPs will join. I think we want an orderly transition. We've done it before with Brown and Blair, when Blair handed over to Brown.
So she collects names.
We did it with Brown and Blair. That kind of a comparison is not good, Clive. It's not good. Are you joking me, man?
I mean, I haven't spoken to her, but what she's in effect doing is gathering names to say there is a clear choice here. You stagger on and you do irreparable damage to the party and this government, or you allow an orderly transition. The alternative is someone who's already in Parliament will go for it, and it will just become a kind of, you know, it will be. We saw it when Anna Sarah came out and said that he didn't have confidence in Keir Starmer some months ago. And you saw what many thought to be the start of a live coup unfolding on television and social media. We don't want that.
Yeah, but that would be dead funny though, wouldn't it? That'd actually just be dead funny. A member of the House of Lords, a peer, could legally be Prime Minister, but it's highly unlikely in modern politics. It's constitutionally possible. Convention dictates that the Prime Minister must be a member of the House of Commons to be accountable to elected representatives. Yeah, exactly. It would just be seen as so corrupt because he can't lose his seat. Right? You can't be removed from the House of Lords unless the House of Commons makes that happen or whatever, right? This is some AI response. I've just read the actual law and it doesn't say that. Oh, there you go. All right. Are you using the AI summary on Google Gemini, Monkey Sputum? It's an AI summary of gov.uk page. Yeah, there you go. That's why it's wrong. Wrongo bongo. Never trust that AI summary. Caught in 4K using AI. That's crazy. Nah, don't give yourself psychosis, chat. Don't use the Babylon robot. All right, let's take a look at this. This is Angela Rayner saying last chance for Labour. Let's have a look.
Monday headlines were even tougher for a Prime Minister who's insisting he will go on as the damage sinks in. Speculation over a leadership challenge had been growing for months before these elections, with Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting all framed as potential successors. Tonight, Angela Rayner broke her silence.
Conference. Near, far, wherever the electorate are, my heart will go on.
With a last chance warning to Keir Starmer, she backed the return of Andy Burnham to Westminster. In a lengthy post on X, she wrote, "This is bigger than personalities, but it is..."
Okay, I gotta read that post. I've got to see it. I have got to see it. Oh my god. Oh my god. She was posting like crazy, chat. She was posting like fucking crazy. Our party suffered a historic defeat. Many good Labour colleagues have lost their seats despite working hard for those they represented. We have lost good Labour administrations and lost the chance for more. What we're doing isn't working. It needs to change. This may be our last chance. The Labour Party must now live up to our name. We must be the party of working people. We're the same on the doorstep as we've seen in the polls. The cost of living is the top issue for voters of all parties. Yes! Can you read it to this? People have turned to populists and nationalists because we've not done enough to fix it. This second part is not true. Terrible analysis, but again, never listen to a Labour politician about electorate analysis. Living standards are barely higher than they were a decade and a half ago. People feel hopeless. The cost of living crisis will never end. Now they see oil and gas companies use global instability to post record profits. Once again, ordinary people are paying the price for decisions they didn't make. It's no wonder that across the UK, working people feel the system is rigged against them. Things could be so much better than this. Countries including Spain and Canada have shown that economies could grow and people can thrive when governments stay true to Labour. That's crazy, Canada. What are you talking about? But yes, Spain is correct. Spain is what she should be referring to. When they stay true to Labour and social democratic values, like this is just not representative of Canada at all. So insane. In London, we lost young people who fear they'll never afford a home. In my patch and across the north, we lost working people whose wages are too low and costs are too high. In Scotland and Wales, people do not see Labour as the answer. We're in danger of becoming a party of the well-off, not working people. The Peter Mandelson scandal showed a toxic culture of cronyism. Decisions like cutting winter fuel allowance just weren't what people expected from a Labour government. Mention Palestine! For too long, successive governments have allowed wealth and power to concentrate at the top without a plan to ensure the benefits of economic growth are shared fairly. And this is the key thing, chat. Like, Angela Rayner is, you know, completely compromised by Zionist money, Labour for Friends of Israel money. You know, she's not going to mention Palestine, and this is where they're going to fall down. This is where they're going to fall down. Like, Angela Rayner should really be saying here, our Prime Minister participated in a genocide and the world knows it. But she won't because she's compromised. It's ridiculous. But anyway. The result is an economy that doesn't work for the majority, with wealth concentrated in too few hands. This level of inequality, alongside squeezed living standards, is the outcome of a model built on deregulation, privatization, trickle-down economics. I mean, this is good stuff. We need immediate action to cut costs for households and put money back into the everyday economy. This can be done within the current fiscal rules by ensuring those who benefit from the crisis contribute more so that everyone can thrive. It's so simple. Our Employment Rights Act was just the first step to make work pay. Now it's the time to take the next step, start with a fair pay agreement in social care. Yes, not ending there. Rising minimum wage must go alongside our program. Yes, come on! The investment we secured in local and social and affordable housing should now unleash a building boom that benefits British business and workers. We must double down on renters reform, yes, and show leaseholders our action on tackling ground rents and charges as a first step to ending the feudal leasehold system for good, yes. Devolution revolution has begun. It's nowhere near done. Giving mayors powers to transform planning and licensing can boost local business. Yep, that's good. Boosting community ownership and stopping the sell-off of local assets from pubs to playgrounds. Put power back in local hands. Yes. Must go further on planning reforms. Build the schools, hospitals, roads, and infrastructure the country needs to grow. Yes. We should be unafraid to promote new forms of public, community, and cooperative ownership across the board. Yes. Buses and trains be brought back into public hands. Operate for the public good at prices passengers can afford. I mean, you've not gone... You haven't done the work that needs to be done for that, but fine. Thames Water is in an iconic failure of privatization, which resonates for the same reasons. People are sick of bonuses, bosses who deliver nothing. Yep. Great, good jobs, pay decent wages, ensuring defense investment. Oh, no, no, no! No, that's bad! Wrongo bongo! Use our house building program to boost construction, invest in the green economy. No. Wrong. Wrongo bongo. You see, this is where they fucking fall down. This is all the lobbying money speaking. Ridiculous stuff. Raise the minimum wage is a good message. Then there's the politics itself, putting power back into people's hands so that shaping decisions. We must tackle the inflow of dodgy money in our politics. Put the common interest ahead of factionalism. It's bigger than responsibilities. Time to acknowledge that blocking Andy Burnham was a mistake. Must show that we understand the scale of change the moment calls for. Bringing our best players into Parliament. Embrace the type of agenda that's been successful at local level. Yeah, nah. You know, this is not good enough. She's not said anything good enough, sadly. So that's the end of that. Let's take a look at this, which is, I believe, a clip of her speaking somewhere.
Time to acknowledge that blocking Andy Burnham was a mistake. The Prime Minister must now meet the moment and set out the change our country needs. Another threat has already appeared from a source less used to the spotlight. Backbencher Catherine West is warning the Cabinet to get behind a candidate to move against Sir Keir by tomorrow, or she'll launch a leadership challenge of her own.
No, this is a regular Channel 4 presenter, Sorka.
Giving a speech tomorrow, and I'll listen carefully to his words. And if I feel that he's burning with a passion to take Farage on, and he gives the speech of his life and he re-inspires me because he is a very able man, then I may think twice.
You see, this is the thing, Chad. She's just like so wet. Rubbish. Completely like a soggy cardboard fucking box left in the rain. Like the fact that these kinds of people are rising up to challenge Starmer is so indicative of how bad he is. When has Starmer ever burned with passion for anything? Able man that lost us over 1,500 seats. It's so ridiculous, right?
Why not let Keir Starmer continue until the autumn to conference, perhaps, to make that transition smoother?
I think all of that sort of talk just is Westminster bubble talk. We do need a figure, Phoenix.
She is right about that.
It's like to rise and carry us forward into the next electoral challenge.
Oh my God, she's saying that they need a Phoenix-like figure to rise. She's saying that Labour is in ashes. He's burning down Labour.
Who do you think that figure is?
We don't know. Some people saying that my push is for X candidate or Y candidate. It's not. It's really just to say we do need a change.
It's for any candidate. It's for literally any candidate.
A further blow. Former Minister and Keir Starmer ally Josh Simons has said publicly in a newspaper what many Labour MPs are saying in private, writing that Sir Keir has lost the country and demanding a timetable for him to go.
Incredible.
As Labour licks its wounds in Wales and Scotland, Keir Starmer's not the only leader whose future seems uncertain.
Look, I've got a job to do and I intend to do it.
And into the next election?
Well, look, I've got a job to do, I intend to do it, and I want to work closely with my colleagues to try and deliver for the great people.
They all just sound the same. This is the thing. They sound the same. It's crazy. He's just going, I've got a job to do. I've been elected to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to carry on. What are you talking about? What are you fucking on about?
What do you intend to do it for?
No clear answer there from Anna Sarwar on his next 5 years, but Keir Starmer insists his government is a decade-long project. The Prime Minister's no stranger to relaunch speeches, but the one he's due to deliver tomorrow is set to be the most significant of his career.
Catherine Sampson there. Well, joining me now is Steve Wright, the leader of the Fire Brigades Union, which is affiliated to the
Fire Brigades Union, let's go!
Is it the beginning of the end for the Prime Minister, do you think?
Well, I think the writing's on the wall for Keir Starmer. I think we've seen what's played out over the last couple of days. Exactly that. The vote was a...
Can we add Catherine West to Normal Island? No, we're not adding any more politicians.
The answer now is to set a clear time frame and transition to a new leader of the party.
I mean, these statements in politics are often quite coded, aren't they? She pointedly does not ask for the PM to stand down, but in asking for Andy Burnham to be allowed back into Westminster, that's where this is headed, yeah?
Well, I think that was a mistake not to allow Andy Burnham to stand in the by-election, and I think we've seen what's played out since to be part of that, bad decisions being made by the Prime Minister and his cabinet. And I think a speech tomorrow...
The unions just need to withdraw their support from Labour, man. It's so frustrating. It's like, do you not understand that you have leverage? Like, what are unions founded on? They are founded on workers coming together to leverage their collective power to make political decisions happen. The Fire Brigades Union is one of the most progressive fucking unions in the country. It needs to withdraw support, or at least threaten to withdraw support. Because then you'll get a very clear answer. You know, you've already got Bridget Phillipson and Wes Streeting rejecting the teachers' unions and the doctors' unions. If they reject the Fire Brigades unions, it's time to withdraw support from all of them. Give those union dues, which they make a lot of money with. Unions have a lot of money, chat. Fund the Green Party with it. Fund the Green Party with it. I know that they have to have like a democratic process and the members would have to vote for it, but this is something that should be put to motions. If you are in a union, if you're in any of these fucking unions in the UK, chat, if you go to your local branch meetings, put a motion to the branch. We're gonna, as a branch, ask the Fire Brigades Union to, or whatever, unite, whatever fucking union you're in, we're gonna put a motion to the national, to the conference, to say that we should withdraw funding from Labour. We should stop it, right? And just make it happen. Use your power to like make that happen.
This Prime Minister and this cabinet and this government have become quite good and experienced at making U-turns. I don't think there is any way he or they can turn this around now.
But I mean, the Education Secretary was arguing to me today, saying this is not the moment for the sort of chaos that will come from changing leader at this.
Yeah, when is that moment then?
Him negotiate and navigate global conflicts. We've got a cost of living.
No, you haven't! I have negotiated and navigated global conflicts by doing literally nothing.
In crisis, this is just not the moment.
Well, look, I think we're in chaos now, which is why I'm calling for Keir Starmer to walk out at number 10 tomorrow and not come back. I think there needs to be a transition period where we can have all voices within the party, all wings of the party to come together, the voices of trade unions to once again be listened to. Because actually, I think if trade unions had been listened to throughout Keir Starmer's term as Prime Minister, then maybe some of the bad decisions that have been made wouldn't have been made.
I mean, the timing is pretty bad, isn't it, for this?
I mean, that is true, but what does it prove? It proves that unions have no power anymore in terms of influencing the parties that they fund. Like, the amount of money that they give to the Labour Party is insane.
At the moment, Angela Rayner makes a statement asking for Andy Burnham to be allowed back into Westminster.
Like, if the unions were to fund, like, as I said before, chat, the main takeaway from the Green Party wins that happened at the local elections is that when the Green Party give funds to campaigns, and those campaigns campaign, canvass, do the work in the areas that they live in, that they operate in, they can win. Right? If the unions were to fund the Greens, they could help the Greens win on their solid manifesto of workers' rights, progressive workers' rights, which include reversing a bunch of the 1975 Thatcher-era trade union destruction laws, right?
Presumably having to rule herself out from standing because she's still got issues with her tax. But it's not straightforward for Andy Burnham to get back to Westminster now, is it?
No, it's not. But I think we need to give some time to look at all of this. We need to see what plays out over the next few months. Look, I'm clear that whoever is Prime Minister and whoever becomes the leader of the Labour Party needs to return to Labour values. And it's not just necessarily about the personality or the person sat in that hot seat, I suppose. It is around what policies that they're going to deliver on. And I'll be making the case and asking the questions of whoever that is. What are they going to do for the Fire and Rescue Service? We saw 14 years of austerity, the closure of fire stations, the loss of firefighters. Well, what are they going to do to deliver on things like that? Plus investment in public services, putting pay back in workers' pockets. That's what we want to see. Labour returning to the values that I think they were voted in on 2 years ago.
And who do you think will represent those values best?
This is what you've been saying to your local branch of Greens. Yeah, the Green Party needs to try and lobby the unions. I think that would be a significant, move to be like, hey, look, we've got a super progressive, workers' rights policy. We need union support. Please consider supporting the local Green Party.
There needs to be a departure from anyone that's related or being within cabinet.
You could even get local union branches to consider donating to the local Green Party branch, right? Because Green Parties have, the Green Party has local branches, like in local areas. Like there's the Manchester Green Party. I'm sure there's like the Exeter Green Party, the Lewisham Green Party, Lewisham Greens, Newham Greens, Hackney Greens, Westminster Greens, all this, right? You know what I mean? Great news in Sheffield. We just had a UCU rep at a members meeting. We passed the motion to support the strike. Let's go. And when the Greens show that support, to support strikes, the unions will see it and go, wow, look at this. Where are the fucking Labour members who are doing this? What's the government doing to support us? Literally half an hour ago, let's fucking go. Let's go.
That has been part of the decisions that have been made over the past 2 years.
Anyone at all, that rules everybody out, doesn't it, pretty much?
Well, I think anyone that's been part of the bad decisions that have been made, I think we need to see a radical change. I think that's the message that we put out as Labour-affiliated trade unions, a radical change, a radical and clear departure from what we've seen over the last 2 years. And I think we've got an opportunity here to have a period of time to reflect, bring back some democracy to the party and deliver on it.
If you rule out everybody in cabinet, that only leaves, maybe, Andy Burnham. Well, or some unknown candidate. But it's Andy Burnham, presumably, given what you said, the direction you want to go in, Andy Burnham would be your man, wouldn't he?
Well, look, we, as a union, we don't select the candidates. That's the Parliamentary Labour Party that will do that. But certainly we'll be making a case. You can back a candidate, can't you? Yeah, we can do. But like you said, there's a lot of hoops to jump through before we get there. What I want to be clear on, and my message, is around who's going to deliver for the Fire and Rescue Service, the members that I represent, who's going to invest in public services, who's going to start restoring wages.
Yeah, and the reason that he's not endorsing a candidate is because the Fire Brigade Union engages in democracy with its members. So the members would have to vote on who they endorse.
Wages of workers. Now, that's what we want to see from a Labour Party. That's why people went out and voted in their numbers 2 years ago. That's why we have campaigned for many years.
Really briefly, if you would. It's being reported now that allies of Wes Streeting are suggesting if things all collapse, he will make a bid for leader. That's making sure, sort of shot across the bows of the left, that the right are also interested.
Unions and the Labour left sound like people in an abusive relationship. So much potential and energy being wasted. Yeah, it is. And the ridiculous thing is that, this is what the Labour Party, it's the bed that the Labour Party have made for itself. And even some of those centre-left members who are would arguably want to bring in social democratic reforms. Yeah. Just completely betrayed the left of the party for Labour together. They're nothing like what they were in the past. It's just mad. Completely mad.
Yeah, well, I don't think a snap reaction to any of this is helpful for us. We saw that with the Conservative Party revolving door of Prime Ministers. Let's have something.
Yeah, but the Labour Party is now the Conservative Party, so that's what's going to happen, isn't it? If a leadership challenge happens, it is what's going to happen. Because, like, what you know, Wes Streeting is going to get in, and then everyone will hate him. Everyone will, in fact, just hate Wes Streeting even more.
Decent, and let's have a proper debate about it.
And really quickly, you know, you suggesting a pull to the left. The election results suggest the country's moving in completely the other direction, doesn't it?
I'm not sure that's the case, actually. I think there's a departure to both sides, if you like, and we need to make sure that Labour are filling that gap and making sure that they deliver on the promises that they've made.
Steve Wright, thanks very much for coming in. Thank you.
Is there anything from Angela Rayner here at all?
I caught up with Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson, who
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear from Bridget Phillipson again. I just don't, mate. I literally just don't. Oh, here's Angela Rayner at the Communication Union Conference, Communication Workers Union Conference. So let's take a look at this.
To take the next step, starting with a fair pay agreement in social care, but it mustn't end there, conference. A plan to get young people back into work, good jobs that pay decent wages. And as we've seen last week, we're up against another party claiming to be for working people. Let me tell you, conference, when I was introducing our Employment Rights Act that gave millions of workers a pay rise, protections from unfair dismissal,
oh, shut up, man.
An end to exploitative zero-hour contracts, none of it would have happened without the union and its links to the Labour Party. But
oh, she's terrified of the thing that I'm talking about. She's terrified of the thing that I'm talking about. That's why she mentioned the Greens. We've got another party claiming to represent workers' rights. She's terrified of the Greens. She's absolutely terrified of the Greens. She's like, don't believe the Greens. We did the Employment Rights Act. But everyone in this fucking conference is going to be sat there going like, yeah, but the Employment Rights Act is shit. They didn't get rid of zero-hour contracts. What are you talking about? If that was the case, Deliveroo drivers would have been going fucking, you know, sicko mode. What are you on about?
Conference, Reform voted against it every time. And by the way,
oh wait, is she saying that Reform are claiming to represent workers' rights? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, they're all so stupid, dude.
It's often stood in our way too. Populists and nationalists.
Wait, hang on. Did she say the Greens?
The Greens often stood in our way too.
Oh, fuck you, Ange. Fuck you, Ange.
Populists and nationalists are not parties for the working class. It's only Labour that can protect you at work.
Oh, that's so funny, man. That's so ridiculous.
Build our estates. Make sure that we have the council homes that we need. End no-fault evictions. Bring down waiting lists and feed our kids. We've had snake oil salesmen before, and we know we can see them off if we stand and fight for our values together.
She's talking about Jeremy Corbyn. Oh my God, it's horrible. Oh my God.
Our Labour values of equality, of social justice and fairness.
Oh my God, you're killing trans children. You are literally killing trans children. This is so insane that she said this 8 hours ago, bro. This is so... It's so ridiculous that people are saying that, like, Angela Rayner is the left wing of the party. Hey, Adric, only Labour can protect you at work. I don't know about that. I know they definitely refuse to protect you if you're disabled. Exactly. Hey, Vord. I can't believe she's referring to Jeremy Corbyn in this. There's going to be people in this fucking conference who are there like, you stabbed Jeremy Corbyn in the back. What you on about? Like Bernie, his flaw was that he had a real plan. Right, this is it.
To get people to follow us and make this country better. The late John Prescott used to tell me, you've got a voice, kid, use it. A union man to his core, John Prescott would have
killed Keir Starmer with his bare hands if he was still alive. Don't be bringing up John fucking Prescott, mate. What are you talking about?
Relish this fight. It's a fight that you are all part of. He had the courage.
We all saw what he did when he had that egg thrown at him. Like, what are you on about?
Set out his stall and persuaded people to follow.
Can you show people, please? This guy, chat, was the Deputy Prime Minister. How can I... Oh my God. Chat. We used to be a real country. We used to be a real country. This guy was the Labour Deputy Prime Minister under Blair. Again, somehow, Tony Blair, more left-wing than fucking Keir Starmer. This is mad, this dude. Johnny the Jabber. Why isn't it on camera? That's so annoying. Like, basically what happened was, yeah, you could kind of see it here. Yeah? He fucking jabbed him. No, it's just there. It's just there. Because the cameraman heard him go, what the fuck? I think there is a better angle, isn't there? There's definitely a better angle. John Prescott. Punch. Oh yeah, here we go. Now, to be clear, like, you know, these protesters were protesting to protect, like, steel jobs and stuff, right? So, you know, even though I'm saying John Prescott, we used to be a real country, yada, 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 you know, this is still historically, like, a bad moment, right? You know, these people were trying to protect, like, steel workers' jobs, shit like that, yada, yada, yada. So, you know, it's shit that, like, this politician, like, punched this protester, but anyway.
The Deputy Prime Minister got off his bus at Rhyl in North Wales and quickly realised that to reach the local Labour club, he had to run the gauntlet of a group of largely countryside and fuel protesters. As he walked through them, a local man chucked an egg at him almost at point-blank range.
Point-blank range is funny.
He swung round and landed a punch straight in his jaw. The man then wrestled the Deputy Prime Minister onto his back and...
It's so funny, dude.
As he walked through them, a local man chucked an egg at him almost at point-blank range. John Prescott immediately swung round and landed a punch straight in his jaw. The man then wrestled the Deputy Prime Minister onto his back and held him down over a small wall as police and Labour Party officials tried to release him.
Oh, so good.
Prescott's problems weren't over. Another protester...
No, she was talking about the egg being thrown at point-blank range. Imagine shutting down steel production. It's like the backbone of every industry. Yeah, this was the neoliberal arm of Labour, Tony Blair's Labour. Yeah. So funny, dude. So funny. Anyway, let's crack on with this. She's invoking the spirit of that man.
He'd be fighting back for what he believed in, a bold vision for a better country, and we have to do exactly that. In each generation, it's fallen on a Labour government to strengthen the hands of working class people. And the task of this generation is to do that again. The fight back for the soul of this country. And we can only do that.
You can't just punch all the voters, Ange.
Union family, our Labour family, fighting for the same cause. So conference, let's do it together.
Not exactly rapturous applause. Right, well, fuck off, Ange. That was shit. All right, let's have a look at the big news. This is Keir Starmer doing his little speech, his his little rousing speech to try and protect himself. We're all on Starmer watch right now. Apparently over 70 MPs have asked him to resign. This is so good, dude.
Thank you.
He did say he was going to be PM in 10 years, yes. This is going to be such a disaster, yeah. It's crazy that, like, you know, this is entirely manufactured, right? This is all just people from his inner circle. They've all been told, you must clap, you must cheer him on, you must, you must, I saw a really good tweet. I think Helena had retweeted it. And it was like Catherine West, the way that Catherine West was talking about the leadership challenge is she was saying things like, you know, we've got to make sure that Keir Starmer has got, you know, a decent position within the cabinet at the very least so that he can feel valued, right? And it's like they're talking about him like he's a kid. They're talking about him like as a kid. Like you can't just like expel him, right? You've got to put him in like a little room first on his own with his own special teacher who's gonna like, you know, be nice to him and stuff. And it's because his dad is on the school board or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's so weird.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And
thank you very much.
Jay, they were such powerful words. Thank you for that introduction. The election results last week were tough.
The gentle hand of Gordon Brown,
Very
yeah.
tough. We lost some brilliant Labour representatives. That hurts. And I take responsibility. But it's not just about taking responsibility for the results. It's about taking responsibility to explain how, as a political and electoral force, we will be better and do better in the months and years ahead. Because we are not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again, chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again.
The man of tempered glass.
I know that people are frustrated
I know.
by the state of Britain, frustrated by politics, and some people frustrated with me.
This is... Ah! Fuck! I just gave myself a fucking... That was karma. That was karma telling me to not laugh at Keir Starmer. I just got a massive fucking splinter. Ow. Oh, I've got to sort out my desk, honestly. Ow! He is going to, you know, do this like tiny little bit of introspection where he just goes, some people are frustrated with me, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
I know I have my doubters. And I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will. So, let me start on a personal...
Hey, Rat Freak. Yeah, no, exactly. I think that's what most people's take is. Rat Freak is saying, not sure if I care if he stays and they sink, or if he goes and they panic and scrabble. They need to realise that it isn't because he's shite, it's because their whole machine is working at odds with what people want. Yes, exactly. Exactly. They need to realise the neoliberal slop cannot go on. It's not introspection. He's just looking at the polls and going, well, I'm not doing that great, so they might be a little bit pissed. Yes. I imagine it's got even better for you all, but watching this dude go down like the Hindenburg is delightful. It is. Crimson tinted. It's very good.
Like every Prime Minister, I've learned a lot in the first 2 years in the job. In terms of the policy challenges that our country faces,
I'm just a small bean Prime Minister. I didn't know the job would be this hard.
Incremental change won't cut it.
I love his sleeves rolled up to show how hard and tireless he's working. Yeah, he's also not wearing a tie. Have you noticed? He's also not wearing a tie. And this is something that was frequently, you know, mentioned about Corbyn, about how he like didn't wear suits properly or didn't wear ties and shit, right? You know? And here's Keir Starmer not wearing a tie. The Polanski subway takes effect. Yep, Zach Polanski said this on Subway Takes. Polanski never wears a tie, by the way. Never wears a tie. And here we've got Keir Starmer. Tieless, sleeves rolled up.
Growth,
they said that about Keir Hardie back in the day, yep.
Energy. We need
and who just lost Wales?
Than we anticipated.
Hey Morgana, what's up?
Because these are not ordinary times. And this is a political challenge just as much as it's a policy challenge. Delivery is, of course, essential.
The night of light will guide the country through the darkness.
To address the frustration that voters feel. We're battling reform and the Greens. But at a deeper level, we're battling the despair on which they prey.
No, you're creating it. That's what's happening. You're creating it. This is so good.
Despair that they exploit and amplify.
You're creating it.
Analysis matters, but argument matters more.
What? He said analysis matters, but argument matters more? No! Analysis is the key thing you should be doing. He doesn't want to address the analysis because all the analysis says the direction he's leading the party in is leading to this defeat. Like, what do you mean?
Evidence matters, but so too does emotion.
He's doing facts don't care about your feelings.
Stories beat sprint.
Or like feelings don't care about your facts.
People need hope. So we will face up to the big challenges. And we will make the big arguments. The Labour case. That only Labour values and Labour policies can ensure
what is he talking about?
Not only weathers these storms.
He's never ever been prepared for something like this happening because he was completely groomed like the tulpa that he is to be in the position that he is by the apparatus that put him there. He's never been prepared for something to go terribly wrong because he was told time and time again, no, everything's good, just ignore all criticisms, just keep doing it, keep doing the things that we want you to do and you'll be fine. And he doesn't understand that just like being an empty vessel for lobby group interests does not a politician, you know, make, like, well, not a trustworthy politician. Sounds like a failed Tory theatre actor, exactly. The Lion will continue to lead. Yes, hope comes with positive changes to working class material conditions, correct.
But emerges stronger and fairer. And the Labour case, that neither Nigel Farage nor Zach Polanski offers our country the serious progressive leadership that these times demand.
That's fucking crazy, bro. That's crazy. He's saying that he is way more progressive than not just Nigel Farage, but also Zach Polanski. That's nuts. That's so nuts. Name checking the people that thrashed you. The serious adults are in the room. The Lion, the Rich, and the ballot box.
Government, we've made mistakes. But we got the big political choices right.
What?
I mean, if we'd listened to the advice of other parties, right now...
It's not about listening to the advice of other parties.
Having been dragged into a war that is not in our interest, and I will
oh my God. You are sending HMS Dragon to the Strait of Hormuz! That's literally news that came out yesterday. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Yes, chat, that is real, by the way. That is literally real. Where did I see this? Here we go. HMS Dragon heads to the Middle East for potential Strait of Hormuz mission. Bro! Even if he thought he could get away with saying, literally, you know, we aren't directly involved in this war, and, you know, the fact remained that he was letting US bombers fuel up and arm up on our fucking land. Now, you just can't. I'm putting money on that dragon getting hit. You better believe it. Iran has already said, stand the fuck down, bro. Iran has literally already said, we are viewing this as an act of war. Don't do it. And he's like, we're not in the war. Insane. Completely insane. This is me when I have to pull out some codswallop out of my ass about my trimester grades to my parents. How old are you, man? What? Are you... How old are you, dude? The man on the tube owes the orange man in the States some child support. If you know, you know. Right, this is it. It's just fucking ridiculous, man.
We have invested in our public services, in people, in the pride of Britain's community.
Hey, Mama B.
Difficult decisions funded that. But now, NHS waiting lists are coming down. Child poverty is coming down.
No, it isn't. No, they're not. No, immigration is coming down.
Building from the ground up. They were the right calls. And most of all,
right, it was a long time ago. I was going to say, man.
The fundamentals are sound, and that matters.
Oh my God, what are you talking about? The fundamentals are sound. No, they're not.
Because it puts us in a much better place to come out of the conflict.
Giving up is easy, but the country doesn't want easy. Hey, Nellis.
Iran stronger and fairer, and for living standards to improve after 2 decades of stagnation. But
they're not happening.
Enough. Clearly. No. For the British people, tired of a status quo that has failed them.
Yes, that's you.
Not come quickly enough. And truth be told, I'm not sure that they believe that we care.
What is this, man? What is this? This is so bad. The fucking copium on display here is absolutely nutty.
I'm not sure they believe that we see their lives.
We've been telling you this!
When you come from a working class background like me, it's hard to hear that. Because I do know what it's like to struggle and to strive.
Because, of course, my father was a toolmaker.
But what I take from it is that I've spent too much time talking about what I am doing for working people and not enough time talking about why or who.
Oh my God, what are you fucking on about? What are you on about, bro?
Who I stand for. Because I can see how hard life has been during these decades of crisis. I can see that very clearly. My late brother Nick spent all his adult life going from one job to the next. The status quo did not work for him. My sister is a carer, working long hours on low pay, year after year after year. She didn't even get sick pay in the pandemic.
So why did Labour councillors just like fuck over people on who were working in social care? Like, what are you talking about, dude?
The status quo did not work for her. For too long, we've ignored people like that. And there are millions of people in that boat. Millions of people who don't get the dignity, the respect, the chance that they deserve.
She doesn't talk to me anymore.
Should take them. Millions of people held back Because the status quo in this country does not work for them.
You are literally the status quo. It's so crazy that he's talking about the status quo. He's like, the status quo doesn't work for them. You're talking about, like, when you say the status quo, you mean now. You mean now, and that's you.
I am fighting for them. We are fighting for them.
No, you're the status quo.
I am their Prime Minister, and this is their government.
He's fired up. He's fired up. This is the passionate... Tomorrow, people are going to see angry Keir Starmer in the Commons, and here he is. He's still gaslighting the nation, yeah. Hey, Transwomen, what's up? Yeah, they're going to be saying things like, Keir's a right-type bastard, asked him for 20 quid last night, told me the status quo isn't working for me, and put the phone down. Yeah.
Because I know
hey, Emily.
I'm on the side of working people just like my sister. People who work harder and harder, but who worry about the cost of it. They're not asking for the world. They just want to do the best for their kids. They want their town centres, the places they care about, to thrive, their public services to work, and people in power to see their problems. And right now, they're worried sick.
I'm so bad, conference, I will sit opposite myself in the opposition seats to hold me to account.
They turn on the TV. They see bombs falling. They go to the petrol station.
No, it's crazy. He is talking like he's running for office. He is actually talking like that. It's amazing how everyone across the entire political spectrum hates Starmer. Like, I never see anyone who genuinely likes him or his government. It's just literally fucking centrist dads. And as I said earlier in the stream, it is literally just 20,000 people in the UK. Do you know what I mean? That's all it is. Yeah, I know not everybody knows this, but yeah, let's not use the re thing. It's it comes entirely from ableist anti-autistic memes on Reddit. I know not everybody knows that because that's got like a bit of a resurgence now, but I don't want to see that in my chat. But hello, Eridanus. The Great Unifier. His political career is falling like a bomb. Yeah, he just can't see it. It's just crazy. He's never been prepared for this. He's only ever been prepared to be the leader of the next Labour government, and they were all telling him, you are going to be in power for a long time. And so that's why he says insane things like, I'm going to be in office for the next 10 years. And everyone in the country is just like exploding, like cortisol going through the fucking roof at that kind of a statement.
See prices rising, and they think, how is this happening to us again? They say, how can I be paying the price for a war thousands of miles away that I don't support, that Britain isn't involved in? And it's not a new feeling.
Wait, what's this? What's this? When's this from? This kneecap talking about Starmer?
My views on kneecap are very well known in relation to what they stand for, what they say, which is completely intolerable.
Again, they're all making good points. That's a good point. He's dead right. Again, nobody listens to Keir Starmer. I imagine Keir Starmer's your dad. Man, hadn't telling you to go to bed. Fucking household listens to him. So
I think the fact that Keir did an interview with the Sun newspaper about us for Glastonbury sums up what he's all about.
Yeah.
Prime Minister.
Yeah.
A tabloid.
Is he not meant to be a Prime Minister or something?
Talking to the Sun, man. Talking to the fucking Sun.
Is it? For 2 decades, our country has been buffeted by crisis after crisis. The 2008 financial crash, the Tory austerity that followed it, Brexit, COVID, Ukraine war, on and on it goes.
Yeah, but there are so many levers that people in power can pull to mitigate those crises for working people. For example, not increasing defense spending. right? He just referred to the Ukraine war as a crisis, right? So he should be working to end it, not carrying on with saber rattling about Russia and increasing defense spending. But of course, none of that fucking matters, right? Doesn't matter.
Our response is always the same. A desperate attempt to get back to the status quo, a status quo that failed working people time and again. Our response this time must be different. A complete break. We must make this country stronger.
How's that? How are you going to do that? Do you know? You've had a whole weekend to think about it, bro. Have you not? Have you not? Have you not thought of the plan?
Make security, our energy security, our defense security, and we must make.
Oh yeah, man. You're just talking about the same things. That'll work.
Country fairer.
That'll work. This'll work. Just say the same stuff.
Strength through fairness. That is my compass in this world.
Strength through fairness? What do you mean? That's my compass. What?
This is a core Labour argument. And in the coming days, you will see those values writ large in the King's speech. And you will see hope, urgency.
What?
Exactly whose side we're on, reflected in everything we say and everything we do.
Hey, what he reads.
3 examples.
If we repeat it enough, it'll come true this time, I promise.
Starting with British Steel. Because what we did in Scunthorpe last year is one of the proudest things we have done in government. That plant was hours away from closure. And that is thousands of jobs gone. An entire region decimated. Britain's security exposed.
Right, but guess how? One who reads. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Enjoy your ad reviewing and your remotes. The problem with this, the problem with, like, you know, stopping the steel factory from being shut and shit like that is that actually the steel industry in this country should be nationalized to save it and also develop it because it is a key industry, as we were talking about earlier, right? You know? So whatever he's talking about here in, like, whatever fucking, like, absolutely shite subsidizing private company way that he has, you know, saved this steel factory, I guarantee it won't be enough.
So we acted.
Yeah, they did it because they were forced to as well.
As a united Labour Party, we passed emergency legislation.
Yeah, why did you let it get to the point of being hours away of being shut down, you know?
Took control.
We took control. It's ghoulish for the Prime Minister to bring up local politics as if he had a direct hand in it. Yeah.
And we must bring that same urgency to everything now. Starting, appropriately enough, with Scunthorpe. Because steel is the ultimate sovereign capability. Strong nations in a world like this need to make steel. That's why we're backing steel in Port Talbot and across the UK.
Port Talbot? Why does he say Port Talbot like that? Why does he say it as like a portmanteau?
But in Scunthorpe,
Port Talbot.
We've been negotiating.
Does he think it's Port Albert?
And a commercial sale has not been possible. And now a public interest test could be met. So I can announce that legislation will be brought forward this week to give the government powers, subject to that public interest test, to take full national ownership of British Steel.
Well, now, that would do it, but who trusts him? Yeah? That would do it, but who trusts Keir Starmer to deliver this? Right? That's the question. And again, yes, big caveat there, subject to a test. And that test is, will private companies be okay with it? Right? Heading off for the night, no worries, TTK. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. It's very too little too late. Very, 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 very too little too late. I trust him. Yes, I was bored yesterday. Why do you ask? Hey, pretty big oof. He's only saying it now because his back's to a wall. Yeah, I've been saying this for years. The government could just nationalise water immediately if they wanted to without paying a penny, and people didn't believe me. And then they called Parliament back on a Saturday, which hadn't happened since the Falklands, to nationalise this shit. I feel so vindicated, but holy shit. Well, they've not nationalised it yet, but they're talking about bringing in emergency legislation. Well, they brought in emergency legislation to save this steel plant, but they are, of course, you know, he's going, subject to a test. We're going to do a little test of nationalisation. If it works, we will do it maybe, right? It's just dog shit. Hey, Soph, how you doing? Everybody follow Sophie from Mars. The Lion's Diet is all steel.
Public ownership in the public interest. Urgent government on the side of working people.
Urgent government.
Stronger with the hope of industrial renewal. That is a Labour choice.
It's a pretty late in the game Labour choice. Bare minimum late in the game Labour choice. Urgent government.
Second example. Europe.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sorry, but I need to take a bit of a detour on this.
What?
Because I want to remind you what Nigel Farage said about Brexit.
Uh-huh.
He said it would make us richer. Wrong. It made us poorer.
What?
He said...
No, you're just managing the country wrong. What are you talking about?
It would reduce migration. Wrong. Migration went through the roof. He said it would make us more secure. Wrong.
He really thinks hanging on to migration as an issue is going to benefit him. He's not just lurching to the left. Lurching to the left, veering to the left. He's also lurching to the right. He's just continuing with it. It's so crazy.
Again, it made us weaker.
You can't outflank the right. It's not going to happen.
And unlike the Tories, actually, who at least had to face up to it, he just fled the scene. And now he'll talk about almost anything other than the consequences of the one policy he actually delivered. Because he's not just a grifter, he is a chancer.
Where was all this shit before, man? Where was all this shit in the lead up to the election, man? No, you just went to attack the Greens. That's all you did. Shabana Mahmood says she wants Starmer out. What? Okay, that's funny as fuck. That's one of his cabinet ministers. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's happening.
So at the next EU summit, I will set a new direction for Britain. The last government was defined by breaking our relationship with Europe. This Labour government will be defined by rebuilding our relationship with Europe, by putting Britain at the heart of Europe.
This was already going to be a thing, right? This was already going to be a fucking thing. He might go. It depends on who the other leader potential is. If it's Wes Streeting, maybe. I still don't think he will. I don't think that the whip will vote against him. I don't know. I don't know. I do think that he will win a no confidence vote because, you know, he gave all these people a job.
So that we are stronger on the economy, stronger on trade, stronger on defence, you name it. Because standing shoulder to shoulder.
He'll probably resign himself. The Lion never resigns. No, he won't resign.
Chair.
He won't resign.
Our values and our enemies. That is the right choice for Britain. That is the Labour choice.
So crazy, dude. This is nothing.
And for our young people, also something more. Because Brexit snatched away their ability to work, to study, and to live easily in Europe. That's why I'm proud we restored the Erasmus scheme. But I want to go further. I want to make a better offer for our young people.
None of this is resonating with workers. The only thing that he said that resonates with workers or anyone that Labour is losing votes to is the Scunthorpe Steel thing, right? And he said he might do that. Like, they are so allergic to left-wing ideas that they just won't do it. They won't make any commitment to it whatsoever, even in a speech. This whole speech is just Keir begging for his job. Yeah, literally. That's why it's funny. That's why it's incredibly funny.
Restore that hope, that freedom, that sense of possibility. And so I want an ambition.
Some parents will be jazzed about Erasmus. Yeah, but that's, you know, like, what? It's not like the big thing. You know what I mean? It's not like the big thing that people are talking about. People are talking about their rent. People are talking about supermarket prices. People are talking about, you know, general cost of living, energy bills, you know, and like, yeah, like, you know, sure, there's going to be some parents who are like, yay, the Erasmus scheme, but like, that's it.
The heart of our new arrangement with the EU, so that our young people can work.
And also, I feel like this is something that, you know, was on the cards anyway. They were planning on doing this stuff anyway. Like, this isn't new stuff.
Study and live in Europe, a symbol of a stronger relationship and a fairer future with our closest allies. That is the Labour choice.
So, like, instead of, you know, scrapping tuition fees, which is something that Keir Starmer said that he would do in multiple interviews, and it was in the election manifesto, he's just, like, outsourcing that to Europe, I guess. You could go and study in Europe if you can find, you know, a country that will pay for a foreign student to study. But that just won't happen, right? I don't know. This feels like a get around of scrapping tuition fees in some way. I don't know. Like, how's it good? I don't understand. Just be in debt to a foreign government instead of your home government. I don't know. It would lead to brain drain. Yeah, it would.
And third, the greatest hope. The hope that every parent has of a better future.
Wait, that was part 2? What do you mean, third?
Children. And I want parents to feel that is shared by their government. Now, my parent, don't worry, I'm not going there.
I'm not going there. Oh my God, it's so weird. Erasmus, I was involved in it. My mum still had to work through the height of austerity. Working class parents won't see anything fruitful from it. Yeah, there you go. It's just nothing, right?
But they didn't have a lot of money.
Stop, dude. No one cares, man. No one fucking cares. What does that mean? He often says, my dad was a tool maker, and he doesn't understand. He didn't understand for a long time why that was very funny, because he's not a real person and he doesn't live in reality. But now people have said to him like a number of times, Mr. Prime Minister, don't you know that the people will see you saying that as like, you know, saying that you're a tool, like you made a tool. And he's like, I don't understand. Why is that funny? Because he doesn't have any real friends. And then they're saying to him, no, tool is an insult. It means you're like a penis. And he went, pardon? And now he finally gets it. Yes. All it does is make him a class traitor. Right, exactly. Like, if you were poor growing up, and now you're the Prime Minister who earns £120,000 a year or whatever with benefits, you get state pension for the rest of your life, you're a class traitor. If you are not, you know, investing that money in fucking unions and worker power and all that kind of shit, insane stuff. I thought it was just because he said it a lot. Well, I mean, maybe that's why he's been told to stop saying it. But, you know, he's still trying to make out that he's like somehow working class. He always neglected to mention that his toolmaker dad owned the business. Yeah, there you go. He wasn't even fucking like on the factory floor or anything. He was a fucking bourgeois capitalist. My father was a toolmaker.
But when they were in their later years, reflecting on what gave their life meaning, I could see that, as well as their hope in us, their kids, what comforted them was the idea that they had contributed.
He's saying things wrong all over the place. What does that sentence even mean? He's like, when they were in their later years reflecting
and what gave their life meaning, I could see that, as well as their hope in us, their kids.
Oh, right, he's on about, right, okay.
Was the idea that they had contributed to a Britain that was getting better for young people. That kids now had a better opportunity than they did.
His mum and dad probably would have, like, died in the mid-2010s. And things were not getting better for young Britons for, like, 20 years at that point. Like, what are you talking about?
And so I have always been driven by the idea that every child should go as far as their talent or effort takes them.
What's he on about?
It's a beautiful idea, shared widely across this country. We tell ourselves stories about it, don't we?
What?
Stories, not unlike mine, about the working class kids who do make it. And I don't blame people for telling those stories. It's important to tell those stories.
Yeah, unless they're trans or Palestinian children, right?
But it's not everyone, is it? So when I say every child should have the opportunity to go as far as their talent or effort takes them, I mean every child. I mean the kids who...
So what are you gonna do, man? Are you gonna put like a cap on supermarket prices, rent, stuff like that? I don't know, because all of this stuff is impossible unless you do things like that.
Growing up in poverty, the kids who have special educational needs, the kids who can't get a job, and the kids who are ignored, frankly, because society often only puts those who go to university on a pedestal.
That's you, dude. That's your government that's maintaining that status quo. It's so crazy. Hey, Kat, how you doing? There are no working class kids who made it. Yeah, exactly. That's why my folks were hyped when I qualified as a Sparky. It's so mad, man. It's so mad.
We don't really see anything else as success. And that is wrong. Deeply wrong. So we will go much further on our investment in...
Much further.
In technical excellence.
Investments in apprenticeships.
Special educational needs. We will make sure that every young person struggling to find a job...
We're gonna do the bare minimum. Like that's what he's saying. We're like we were handed a historic election defeat at the locals, and so what we need to do is go further and faster. And what that includes is doing the bare minimum.
We'll get a guaranteed offer of a job, training, or work placement. And
how are you gonna make that happen? Yes, instead of just letting working class kids become middle class, just make the entire working class have a better quality of life. Fuck me, man.
And we will go much further with our Pride in Place programme. Back the millions...
He won't call a general election. That won't happen.
Their effort to young people in their community.
He would rather hand a leadership, you know, the reins to Wes Streeton than... doing a general election.
Back them, not just with money, but with power. And we will make sure that kids whose talent lies with their hands, kids who go to college, kids ignored by the status quo, because politicians...
You are the status quo. You are the status quo.
They will finally get the respect that they deserve in a stronger, fairer Britain. That is the Labour choice.
That is the Labour choice. Don't ever let it tell you Labour government is the same as the Tory government. Don't ever let anyone tell you Labour government is the same as the Tory government. Who remembers that classic from September? Do you remember how many times they said it? Don't ever let anyone tell you Labour government is the same as the Tory government. No, he wasn't bullied hard enough, Adric. It's true. She said it 7 times.
These are just a few examples, but they show the urgency and hope in our direction. They show the Labour values we will be guided for. And they show, frankly, the lessons that we will learn. Now, other parties will draw different lessons. In fact, they already are. They want more grievance politics, more division, more pointing at Britain's problems, looking not for solutions, but for someone to blame. Now, that's fine if it's me, if it's politicians, that's the job.
That's fine if it's me. Right, well, it is you, so now what? If only your dad was better at making sharper tools, you fuck. I saw a Blue Sky earlier that they plan to remove incapacity benefits for under 22s, so disabled kids between 19 and 22 are fucked. Oh yeah, great. That's great, isn't it? That's more stuff. That's more ableist fucking decisions, policy decisions from the Labour government. That's mint.
But increasingly, it's not. It's other people in this country. And I don't think that's British. That is not the decency and respect that we are known for. But it's here. That politics is with us now. And you'll see it again on Saturday at a march designed to confront and intimidate this diversity and this diverse country.
Hey man, you're talking about banning Palestinian marches. You are literally talking about banning pro-Palestinian marches. Right? Oh wait, is he referring to the Nakba march? Or is he talking about the Tommy Robinson one? Is the Tommy Robinson one happening this weekend? The second Unite the Kingdom. Unite the Kingdom march. Yeah, it is happening this weekend, I think. Yeah, so it's happening on the same day as Nakba Day. Madness.
That is why this Labour government will block far-right agitators from travelling to Britain for that event. Because we will not allow people to come to the UK.
Okay, that will actually be very funny if they do that, right? That will actually be very funny if they do that, because that means there'll only be like 10 people there.
I spread hate on our street.
A little nervous about going because of that. I'm gonna be real, man. If you're like surrounded by a bunch of young, physically fit activists, there's gonna be like hundreds of thousands of. It's the Nakba Day march. There's gonna be like hundreds of thousands of people there, right? You're gonna be well protected from the far right. It's just a bunch of like people who have had repeat COVID infections, but not taking it seriously. There's no way, man. Sorry, not even. You shouldn't be afraid of that at all. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, now they're blocking far right agitators. I mean, this is just far right agitators who aren't in our country, right? So they're just like, right, we're just gonna, block these far right agitators who recorded. But there's, there'll be supporters who are gonna come from France and shit like that, and they'll be like, Keir Starmer tried to stop me coming from the country. Well, they will be talking like, Keir Starmer tried to stop me coming to the country, but he cannot because he is weak. He is a weak communist.
This is nothing less than a battle for the soul of our nation. And I want to be crystal clear about...
The Met gave Robinson's counter-march the route the Palestinian march asked for 1 or 2 months prior. Yeah, they're fascist supporters, yeah.
We'll win it. Because we cannot win as a weaker version of Reform or the Greens. We can only win as a stronger version of Labour.
Bro, what is that? A stronger version of what you're doing already? That's so funny, man.
Mainstream party of power, not protest.
Insane, dude. Who cares? They are a weaker version of Reform.
And I also want to be really clear on this. Because
I want to be really clear on this. He's so clear he's invisible, man.
A decent, respectful, diverse country that I love. I will never give up.
Bro, you are like the chief deporter. You deported 60,000 people last year. You don't love a diverse country at all. You love a white country, actually. And you love Israel. So, insane, man.
On the hope we can unlock in this country. The hope of renters for security in their home. Of workers for fairness at work. Of public services freed from austerity. The hope of European solidarity. Of community pride.
Hey, Eric.
Of the people who paint over the graffiti that is racist.
That was a crazy I don't know. I feel so weird. That feels so weird for him to be putting that in there. It's like, this is like not him. It's so weird, right? Of the people who paint over the graffiti that is racist, like it just sounds like so forced, and he doesn't really mean it. Like,
country taking control of its future, our spirit unchanged, our resolve unbroken, the hope of a country that can and will become a
no, this is just embarrassing stuff, man. He's so crap.
Fighting for. That is the hope we are fighting for. That is the Labour choice.
The Labour choice. He's going to say Labour choice 7 times. That's the magic number.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to the toilet real quick.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm now going to take some questions from the media, and I'm starting with Chris Mason. Chris.
Thank you. Chris Mason, BBC News. Prime Minister, do you think in your gut what you have said is enough this morning? And what do you say directly to those of your colleagues who are weighing up right now whether to back you or to suggest that you should go? And if I may, would you back continuing to block Andy Burnham from trying to return to Parliament?
Well, Chris, there's a lot packed into that question. Let me just... What I'm doing is setting out the response, the direction that we need to take, and the acknowledgement that in the world we live in now, we need a bigger response than 2024. It is a different world, and an acknowledgement that this isn't the first shock the country's been through with the Iran conflict. We've had plenty of those in the last 20 years, but every time the government of the day...
What is he talking about?
...to get back to a status quo that doesn't work. And we're not going to do that this time. That is the urgent task facing our country.
Yeah, people get arrested for painting over hate graffiti. Yeah, like, what is he talking about?
We were elected into office to change this country, to bring about the change that is needed. The frustration that has been...
He goes full Dalek when he gets excited like Theresa May used to, yeah. That is a Labour choice!
Changing, that is what we will change. In relation to Andy Burnham, obviously, any future decision is for the NEC. Andy's doing a great job as mayor in Manchester. And I actually work really well with Andy, and I'll give you 2 examples. On Northern Powerhouse Rail, which is really important for the North West. We are working together on that project. But equally, we've stood together to support Manchester.
Like, he has to work with Andy Burnham for that project because he's the mayor of the council. He's the mayor of the combined authority. Like, that would be like saying, I really like Sadiq Khan and I, work with him. Here's an example of that. The national government is trying to, I don't know, improve tube infrastructure. And so I'm working with him on that. Like, you have to. He's the mayor. What are you talking about?
Community. When we had the terrible attack on a synagogue last year, Andy was the first person I phoned, and I went straight to Manchester to work with him on our response.
Yeah.
So we work very well.
And when there are attacks on mosques, nothing happens.
But the actual decision would be one for the NEC. Thank you, Chris, very much. Beth, from Sky News.
Thank you. Prime Minister, back in 2021, when Labour lost hundreds of council seats in the Hartlepool by-election, you thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, this is quoting you, I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party. But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councils, you've lost Wales. Haven't you...
Oh, look at his face!
One moment, thought you should step aside in the interest...
He's having a moment! This is so funny! He's staring into the distance! Oh my god! I think the gravity of it is hitting him. He looks like he's been pantsed.
Party and country. And if you haven't, why haven't you? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Beth. I think what we witnessed with the last government was the chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount.
No, it was only because it was the Tories come on, man. This is so stupid. If you cared about the fucking country, you would be like, you know what? Yep, absolutely. I've fucked it up. It's time to let someone else have a go. But he's just... They've never prepared him for anything like this. So he's just doing the constant deny, deflect, you know, never admit defeat.
Huge amount.
Everyone clapping is so crazy. It's so manufactured. And he doesn't even believe it, man. He doesn't even believe it.
And I'll tell you who paid the price. It was working people. They paid the price of this. They are still paying the price of this.
No, it's crazy that he's not admitting. Like, he often refers to Tory policy on austerity being so bad. And in this case, he's just like, no, it was because they changed leaders loads. It's ridiculous.
A Labour government will not inflict that on our country again. We were elected with a mandate to change this country.
He's failed upwards his entire life. He doesn't know how to deal with this. It's true, yeah.
Before. And that is
a mandate to change. No, you know, it's crazy. Like, this is just like individualist neoliberal shit all over, right? He thinks that the government, the country elected him to deliver the change. They just elected anyone to deliver the change. It's crazy, man.
The frustration. Yes, I acknowledge the results are tough. Yes, I acknowledge that we've lost brilliant representatives across the United Kingdom. And I have a responsibility for that. But I also have a responsibility to deliver the change that we were elected and that we promised this country. And I'll deliver on that. Thank you very much, Beth.
And I'll deliver on that.
What did Victoria, what's Vic said to you this weekend?
Vic is a rock. And we talk everything through together, as you know. Robert Peston from ITV.
Prime Minister, these were arguably the worst election results for Labour in 100 years. And, you know, I spent all weekend, as you'd expect, talking to your MPs and ministers. And, you know, most of them said to me that they do think your time.
Why does his mouth goes weird when this happens? When the gravity of the loss is explained to him, it's almost like, you know, it's like how I imagine if, you know, ghosts and spirits are real and stuff. It's like how, like, they're trying to like break through the dimensional barrier to like speak to a living person. That's like what is happening to him right now. He is a ghost. Like the reporters are like mediums trying to communicate with him on the other side. Right? Like, he's on the other side. He can't hear. He's like trapped in repeating, you know, his policy positions and all this stuff. You know, like a ghost is trapped in there, like, you know, doing the fucking like things that they did in their lives over and over again. And these reporters are desperately like, they're doing a seance. They're trying to like break through. And he's like almost getting it. He's like almost understanding it. But because he's a ghost, he can't, because he doesn't have a brain anymore, because he's dead. Right? That's what it's like.
Is up. So what would persuade you that you're not the best person for this job? And just on this issue of this is no longer the time for incremental change. When you were elected, we'd had 15 years of no growth. We'd had Putin's war that led to the worst energy.
It's the haunting of Downing Street. Yeah, Ghost Starmer hovering around Parliament going,
why didn't you get it then?
Yeah, he's not a man. He's the memory of a man. Like that is exactly what it feels like. Like when Sophie calls him a tulpa, like it's similar to that, right? Do you know what I mean? Hassan's watching the Peston interview. Zach blew his mind again over the state of the British media. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. I am the hollow man.
Well, Robert, look, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that I've got some doubters, including in my own party.
He's got 1 million doubters, at least, because that's the amount of votes that the Green Party picked up this year.
And I'm not going to shy away from the fact that I have to prove them wrong, and I will. I had my doubters when I took on the Labour Party. I had my doubters who said we couldn't change this party and make it capable of winning an election.
Oh, that's so fucking funny, bro. Oh, that's so funny. This is great. he's just admitting, like, we changed the party. We changed the Labour Party. And that's what got us elected. No, it isn't, dude.
And I proved them wrong. And when we did that, I had my doubters who said, you can't lead us to a general election.
Turning haters into waiters. He's trying to do that, yeah.
It was so bad. It's not possible. And I proved them wrong.
This is what fucking Bridget Phillipson was saying. They're hanging on to the Corbyn defeat. They're like, oh my God, it was a historic defeat. And it just wasn't, right? It was like one of the largest turnouts for voters for Labour ever.
Proved them wrong again here.
Right, so like based on that lie, nothing is going to happen. Okay. Like, I you know, what he did just then was like, here's a lie, and we did really good. That's a lie. We did better than the last time. That's a lie. And so I'm going to stay. Crazy, dude. That's so crazy. It's a logical fallacy, but I can't think of which one. It's the logical fallacy of just like not accepting reality. Like, he's being illogical just in general. Like, he's looked at the data and gone, no, I don't agree with that. No, we don't agree with that. No. None of this is true.
I also feel a deep sense of personal responsibility to deliver on the mandate that we won at that 2024.
It's so crazy. I feel a personal responsibility. Bro, you are literally just experiencing the ego boost that comes with having won an election. That's all this is. You've never won anything in your life because you are, I don't know, man. You're just someone who has had like a career and you've done a career and shit like that, but that's not like meant anything to you, but like winning an election like feels a bit different. You know? Yeah, he's a fail son. It's like, what do you mean, bro?
Election. The first Labour government for 14 years that had to come in and...
Also, yes, we have a parliamentary system. You're not supposed to be like a steward. You're supposed to be a steward, right? You're supposed to be a steward. You're supposed, like, as a prime minister, you are just supposed to represent the party. You are the minister that is chosen to represent the party and the, you know, as a leader in parliament to talk from the dispatch box, you know, to create the apparatus which delivers on the policy that the members voted on. But no, you removed all the ability for members to vote on policy, and now you just have, like, you've just reversed everything, right? It is Americanization bullshit.
And build a better Britain.
Yes, the advantage of the system is that you can be replaced. Yes,
that's what I will deliver. Thank you very much, and Robert II. On the
Robert II.
You heard what I said about Scunthorpe. This is an example of the urgency and the pace and the type of decisions that we need to make. The same with Europe. A bigger response, a bigger argument that has been made before, because we're living in different times. The Iran war comes on top of all the other crises we've faced for 20 years. We have to learn the lesson every single time in the...
Yeah, but you've not learned any lesson about the UK interfering in the Middle East at the behest of America because you've sent a warship there! And Iran have literally been like, don't do this. This is an act of war. And you've not listened. Mental stuff. Mental stuff.
Past, we've simply tried to get back as quickly as possible to a status quo that didn't work. We can't do the same again. That's why we need a bigger response. Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you very much.
Catherine Foster from GB News. Catherine.
GB News.
GB News. Prime Minister, the Labour Party was founded to represent the working class, many of whom voted for Brexit because they felt left behind. You've said yourself that the status quo is not working, but you're standing here in London and you're promising more Europe. You lost...
You know... actually surprised by a GB News journalist of actually asking a proper question. This is crazy.
So much of your core vote in the Red Wall, in Wales, in Scotland, because working class communities feel that the Labour Party has abandoned them and that you don't get it. Are they wrong?
No. This is relevant, chat. This is completely fucking relevant. But unfortunately, it's GB News, and they're obviously going to represent it in a way that, like, you know, the working class people don't like Labour because, you know, they're not racist enough or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But the correct analysis of Labour losing the 2019 election is because Keir Starmer forced the Labour Party to have a pro-second referendum policy. you know? And now he's talking about rejoining Europe and all this kind of stuff. It is a failing strategy. He doesn't understand it. He literally doesn't understand it at all.
Well, Catherine, thank you very much.
No, it's fascinating that GB News actually have a decent journalist in that question. They're going to be able to spin this answer in whatever way to be like, oh, well, you know, the Prime Minister should be more racist and deport more people, and he's not doing it, and he doesn't like the working class in Wales, he doesn't like the working class all over the country. All those working class people voted for reform. Not true. But, you know, it's mad stuff. Just absolute mad stuff. No, yeah, they mean racism. They don't mean anti-EU because of limits on government spending. But what I'm talking about is the fact that this is a valid question. They're not like... That is the reason that Labour lost the 2019 election. Nothing to do with Jeremy Corbyn, which is what Keir Starmer has been like saying, right? This is like, it's an excuse. It's what Bridget Phillipson said. It's what Keir Starmer's just said. You know, we were unelectable in 2019 and we turned that round. Yes, they were unelectable because you forced the pro-second referendum shit. That was literally the analysis of why that happened, right? Why the Red Wall turned against Labour.
I reminded everyone what Nigel Farage said is because that was the promise he put to the country. That we'd be stronger, we'd be richer, we'd have lots of money for the NHS.
And this is how Nigel Farage wins fucking debates like this so easily, because it's like, no, actually, the reason for this stuff is because you're mismanaging the country. It's a really fucking easy win. You know, you are mismanaging the country. You are doing austerity. You're continuing to do it. I mean, Nigel Farage is not going to talk about that stuff because he's going to do austerity, right? But, you know, anyway.
Immigration would come down, and it all proved to be false. And he doesn't take any responsibility. He's not going back to the country now saying it was a good thing, you've all benefited. He'll talk about almost anything else apart from the consequences of the one thing that he delivered for the country, Brexit. He doesn't want to talk about that, and there's a reason for that. It didn't help working people. It turned out what he said wasn't true, and that's why he doesn't want to talk.
That's because your fucking government is not doing anything good for the people in this country. We could literally remain in Brexit and just have decent cost of living and living standards for working class people. This is a possibility, but he's using Brexit as an excuse as to why things are bad, and he's blaming. It's classic Keir Starmer blame game. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Youssef, how are you doing? Welcome in.
About it now, but we have to talk about it now because we have to address the situation we're in.
This is crazy, dude. It's so crazy.
Economy, a stronger defence and security sector.
Stronger defence.
Given the world we are living in, and that's why I said what I've said about being closer to Europe, and this government being defined by bringing Europe back together again and Britain at the heart of Europe. Thank you very much, Catherine. I've got Pippa from The Guardian. Pippa.
Prime Minister, I've got a specific question for you and a wider one, if I may. The specific one is, if one of your MPs launches a contest, a leadership bid against...
This is client journalism from Pippa Carrara, who's surprised.
Will you...
She has been paid to ask this question. It's completely insane. What the fuck are you on about? What are you going to do if someone launches a leadership bid against you and he's going to be like, thank you for asking that, Pippa. It was worth every penny.
Fight it. And the wider one is,
I will fight
do you
it.
think Britain is ungovernable? And if so, why? And who's to blame? The media?
Do you think Britain is ungovernable? Is crazy. That absolutely is a client journalist question. You know? Why is Britain ungovernable? Why is it hard to do stuff? Who's to blame? He's going to say it's the Tories, the previous government.
The government? You? Thank you.
Yes and no. No, I'm not going to walk away in relation to the first part of your question for the reasons I've set out. And no, I don't think Britain is ungovernable. On the contrary, one of the things that I draw great strength from is all the millions of people who care passionately about their place, their community, where they live, where they work. The millions of people who give hours and hours and hours of their time for their community, volunteering, helping others, running teams, you name it. That is a great strength of our country. I draw strength from the fact that we are a reasonable, tolerant, decent country a live and let live country, a diverse country. That is the real Britain. That's not an ungovernable Britain.
What is he talking about, man?
Fight for, particularly in light of the opponents we now have politically, different to the opponents that we had before.
He is so David Brent.
That is the Britain I love. That's the Britain I'll fight.
That's the Britain I love. The Britain I'll fight for.
Jim.
You're not Churchill. He's no Churchill.
Pickard from the FT. Jim.
Jim Pickard, FT. Prime Minister, you say you
Pickard?
want incremental change.
Number one.
And you say you want Britain to be at the heart of Europe. Are you ruling out, however, Labour manifesto at the next general election, including single market or custom union membership? Because without either of those things, our economy is very much not in the heart of Europe.
Yeah, well, Jim, what I want to do is take a big leap.
This is a question that he likes from the Financial Times, talking about briefcase economy bullshit stuff, right?
Forward with the EU-UK summit this year. And take us closer, both on...
We're going to be the biggest economy in the G7. I have delivered...
a platform on which we can build as we go forward.
Fucking hell, bro.
I strongly believe we've got to turn our back on the arguments of the past, not open old grievances, but look forward together.
Not left, not right, but forward.
How we make this country stronger, how we make this country fair.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done listening to this. Let's see what parts he took from this for the Aura post.
Just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not...
Told you, chat. Complete room full of briefcase wankers.
Walking away, not plunging our country into...
I take responsibility for not walking away is so funny, by the way.
Chaos, as the Tories did time and again. Chaos that did lasting damage to this country. A Labour government would never be forgiven for inflicting that on our country again.
It's so crazy that he, like... It's like a BP oil spill apology. Yeah, it's so odd. It's really odd.
We need hope. So we will face up to the big challenges. And we will make the big arguments.
Yeah, it's been put through Adobe Enhance.
Labour values and Labour
Adobe Audio
can ensure our country not only weathers these storms, but emerges stronger and fairer. And the Labour case that neither Nigel Farage nor Zach Polansky offers our country the serious progressive leadership that these times demand.
Yeah, that's fine. Just completely... Oh my God, did they really cut to a hijabi girl after this? They cut to a hijabi woman after he said that. After he said, Zach Polansky can't deliver the progressive change that we need in this country, and just like immediately woman in a hijab. This crazy, bro.
The British people, tired of a status quo that has failed them, change
That's you!
Come quickly enough. And truth be told, I'm not sure that they believe that we care. I'm not sure they believe that we see their lives. That's tough to say. When you come from a working class background like me.
We've just seen this, but we're seeing it in like a different format.
Because I do know what it's like to struggle and to strive. But what I take from it is that I've spent too much time talking about what I am doing for working people, and not enough time talking about why.
It's just, he's just saying it. He's just saying it the same again. I don't want to...
fighting for security.
I can't.
I'm fighting.
I can't be listening to this anymore, man. I'm done. I'm done. We're done listening to this stuff. Let's get into the juicy stuff. Let's get into the juicy stuff. Alright, so this was a number of hours ago. At this point, right? Did anyone else hear Big Chungus? Wait, what? We will face up to the Big Chungus. What, when he says challenges? Big challenges. It wasn't a woman in a keffiyeh. She was wearing like a sort of a checkerboard pattern. It was black and white. It was maybe inspired to make you think of a woman in a keffiyeh, though. I saw you venting in electrical. All right, so yeah, this was a couple of hours ago. So this was at 1:20 in the afternoon, right? 51 Labour MPs currently calling for Keir Starmer to resign. But now, more than 60. When was this? This was 2 hours ago, but now apparently it's more than fucking 70. Which is absolutely fucking hilarious, dude. Here we fucking go. It's happening. The revolving door. Britain does not need another revolving door. What's this one? I want to see this really up-to-date Sky News one. 72 Labour MPs calling for Keir Starmer to resign. Let's have a look at this little Sky News report. Oh, it's 14 minutes, actually.
Starmer loyalists in central London here to rally and raise up a Prime Minister fighting for his political life as he used
Starmer
a
loyalists.
break early morning speech
Boss rush time.
to persuade his MPs not to topple him after a disastrous set of elections.
I know I have my doubters. And I know I need to prove them.
Yeah. We've seen all this.
Starmer acknowledging he's let Labour voters down too.
Truth be told.
Shut up.
Help.
Shut up. We've heard it.
With just one clear offer.
I can announce that
the Starmer Batalung
brought forward this week to give the government
Starmer
subject to that public interest test.
As MPs fear keeping Starmer on will only hand the country to rivals.
Yeah.
Back in 2021, when Labour lost...
Oh shit, he was reading from this. Sky News included this. The fucking... Oh, that's so funny that they included this. They were like, hey, do you like how transparent your Prime Minister is? Here's him reading from a fucking... I can't even remember the name of this thing.
The country to
pause for applause.
Back in 2021, when Labour...
Oh, that's funny as hell. Teleprompter, yeah.
You thought about resigning as Labour leader, explaining, this is quoting you, I didn't feel I should be bigger than the party. But these results, this moment, is so much worse than then. You've lost nearly 1,500 councillors, 40 councillors...
Yeah, we heard you ask this question and we heard him answer.
Yes,
I've heard the Prime Minister's answer and I discount it.
It wasn't enough for former Minister Catherine West, who wrote to all MPs after Starmer's speech to canvass support.
It looks really bad for him that they included that in the report.
Said she was giving notice to Number 10 and collecting names of Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set a timetable for the election of a new leader in September.
In September would be so funny.
Over the top, the former Deputy Labour leader setting out demands too. Angela Rayner calling for a return of the popular Greater Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham.
Wait, when did she do that?
The party have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake.
That's not necessarily saying that she supports him as leader. Like, it's saying that she would have supported him if he had won the Gorton and Denton by-election, but, you know, it's just a bit of a reach from Sky, to be honest.
Our party should put right.
Yeah, we watched this speech before, Eric. She didn't really do that.
Benchers broke cover, calling for Starmer to go.
Starmer is now on a very borrowed...
Kim Woodhouse?
And I do think that...
Or Kim Ledbetter, I can't remember her name.
A leadership challenge.
I don't think we saw a plan from the Prime Minister this morning in order to implement the kind of change that this country needs. And I don't think for us to look for new leadership.
Some cabinet members still trying to hold the line.
Yeah, of course, because they want their job.
I'm confident that Keir Starmer will still be the Prime Minister by the end of this year.
I'm confident he'll still be Prime Minister at the end of this year.
100%.
Absolutely right. Yes.
He really looks like it. This motherfucker looks like Mac and Me. You know, the little You know that little terrible film? His eyes are looking like the eyes from Mac and Me. Do you know what I mean? He's just like completely fucking like just not he's dumbfounded by this shit. He doesn't know how to like lie this much. Do you know what I'm saying? He's been confronted with this and his eyes are just bugging out of his head, just like going fucking crazy because he's just like, you know, he knows how to lie, but he doesn't know how to lie this much. His brain is like not letting him fucking do it.
By the end of this year.
I'm confident he'll still be Prime Minister at the end of this year.
100%.
Absolutely. Yes, I am, because the Labour Party is not the Conservative Party.
But that line getting harder
The Labour Party is not the Conservative Party. Hell yeah, man.
to hold as the drip of backbench dissent turned into
That'll do it. That'll do it. Just keep saying it, man. Just keep saying that the Labour Party is not the Conservative Party. That will definitely work.
of resignations.
Never let anybody tell you the Labour Party is the same as the Conservative Party.
From junior aides, this increasingly looking like a concerted effort to get Starmer out. What began with backbenchers is moving up the ministerial ranks, and I'm hearing tonight that some in the cabinet are gearing up to tell the Prime Minister to set a timetable for his departure if he cannot command the confidence of his benches. But it's all very uncertain, with Number 10 trying to mount a fight back this evening. There are now over 60 MPs calling publicly for Starmer to set out a plan for his departure. But there's also a quiet majority.
Yeah, just keep saying it till you believe it, right?
Challenge right now. But discipline has completely broken down in the party. It's hard to see how the Prime Minister now pulls back from this.
Yes,
a Prime
mate.
Minister that
Oh, what
says
a picture.
He will fight on, but will the battle prove too much?
Well, Beth has been almost saying out loud what she's been typing. But anyway, tell us what you learned.
This is such a fast moving situation.
I should point out that these are the MPs that have so far asked for...
They got a graphic ready for it. Oh, yes. This is quality political coverage. Oh, my God, Jazz Athwell. Jazz Athwell asking him to resign is significant. I think that this is going to be a centre-right effort to get Wes Streeting in.
Say it is time for him to go, right?
So just to give you a sort of sense of the day, like earlier in the day...
I know Melpert needs more money, but can we get a preview? He's not here.
See backbench resignations. It was going to be followed by junior aide resignations. That's the bottom rung of the government.
22 more pound. I need to make a protest sign saying only here for the Melpert. Yeah. We need an emote only here for Melpert.
Government ladder, the PPSs, the ministerial aides to ministers, they began to tick in. And then
only £22 in order to unlock CatCam chat, and then I'll coax him in with some treats.
The next stage was going to be that the cabinet were going to go, members of the cabinet were going to go and tell Keir Starmer that it was time to set out a timetable, and that is what has happened throughout the evening, and what looks a little bit...
Let's have a little more. So we got Graham Stringer, he's from Blakely. We've got Catherine West, obviously we've known about her. Any others that I recognise? Clive Lewis, left wing. Richard Bergen, left wing. Nadia Whittam, left wing. Sorry, Kim Johnson, not Woodhouse or Ledbetter. She's left wing. Ian Byrne, he's left wing. John McDonnell, left wing. John Trickett, left wing. Don't recognise any others from down here. Imran Hussain, maybe? I don't recognise him, actually. Who else do we got over here? Mary Kelly, Maureen Burke, Matt Bishop, Charlotte Nichols. Don't recognise any of these.
So where are we?
Jazz Athwell is right wing. I think there's a significant amount of right wingers here. They're going to try and get Wes Streeting involved, I think.
Tonight, as I understand it, the Prime Minister's been in Number 10 tonight, trying to form a view of where he goes next. I understand.
Hey Donatella, how you doing? Can you link the list? I've missed a bunch of names. Want to check if any local MP to me is on the list. I don't have the list. Does someone have the list? I have the list from like 2 hours ago. Oh no, from like fucking 8 hours ago. Wes is such a bad choice. Yeah, he's the only one who will win though, right? He's the only one that has the possibility to win a leadership challenge. Yeah, here you go. Here's the list from 1:20 p.m. But I don't have like a full list from contemporary. Yeah.
To see the Prime Minister, to tell him it's time to set out a timetable. I've been told that other cabinet ministers, Steve Reid and Pat McFadden, have been saying to the Prime Minister he should fight on. And then David Lammy, the Justice Secretary,
Eleonora's doing it.
Keir Starmer and Jonathan
that's a post.
The Chief Whip have been at the
Thank you for the Manchester Evening News link. There you go. More Power of Costa's got it. Let's take a fucking look. It's a bad bunch. Full list. I'm not seeing the list in this Manchester Evening News article. Full list of Labour MPs. Where's the list? It's down there by numbered. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, there are so many fucking ads in the fucking MEN. It's ridiculous. Oh, here we go. Right, yeah. 5 bets, Sarah Owen, Conor Naismith, David Baines, John McDonnell, Ian Lavery, Clive Lewis, Jonathan Brash, Louise Hay, Annalise Midgley, Simon Ofer, Richard Bergen, Olivia Blake, Paula Barker, Ian Byrne, Neil Duncan Jordan, Apsana Begum, Chris Hinchcliffe, Kim Johnson, Ruth Jones, Annie McDonald, Kate Osborne, John Triggett, Nadia Whittam, Becky Cooper, Catherine West, Tony Vaughan, Barry Gardner, Abidson Mohammed, Josh Simons, Irene Campbell, Kat Eccles, Anna Dixon, Justin Matters, Terry Jeremy, Imran Hussain, Ewan Steinbank, Graham Stringer, Rachel Maskell, Debbie Abrahams, Peter Lamb, Brian Leishman, Julia Buckley, Paulette Hamilton, Catherine McKinnell, Navendra Mishra, Belle Ribeiro Addy, she's left wing, Emma Lewell, David Smith, Chris Curtis, Luke Meyer, Marcus Campbell Savers, Alan Gemmell, Fred Thomas, Lorraine Beavers, Jazz Athwell, Sarah Smith, Joe Platt, Tony Antoniazzi, Alex Bollinger, Tom Rutland, Sally Jameson, Noshaba Khan, Melanie Ward, Mary Kelly Foy, Charlotte Nichols, Alex McIntyre, Maureen Burke, Sarah Hall, Gordon McKee, and Tahir Ali. So there you go. That was certainly a list of people's names, all right. Yeah. So there you go. There you go, chat. I'm hoping for Andy, but not expecting it, sadly. I mean, the thing is that even Andy Burnham, it's questionable as to whether Andy Burnham at this point would even save the Labour Party, right? Like, what would they do? Because, you know, what Angela Rayner was saying yesterday literally didn't include Palestine. And Andy Burnham is responsible for, you know, the GMP using batons and parva spray against anti-fascist counter-demonstrators in Manchester when Britain first came here a couple of weeks ago. You know, he oversees the GMP. He wouldn't be a good prime minister. He'd be a bad prime minister. He would be like Tony Blair. And, you know, Tony Blair is more left-wing than Keir Starmer, but, you know, still did an immense amount of harm, and he would probably do an immense amount of harm in the Labour Party as well.
Weighing up the options, calling around and trying to work.
Yeah, like, what you got to remember about Andy Burnham is he's my fucking mayor. Do you know what I mean? Like, I was an organizer with Greater Manchester Tenants Union for fucking 5 years, and I saw the kinds of fucking shady things that he did to socially cleanse Manchester, gentrify it, you know? No, don't be doom pill. Just think about the Greens. Support the Greens. Don't let Labour fucking over the party, yeah, that we all supported when Jeremy Corbyn was involved. Don't let the right wing, Peter Mandelson, Morgan McSweeney, and what's more, Jeffrey Epstein, and therefore fucking Israel, and it includes the Israel lobby, do not let Israel destroying the Labour Party take hope away from you, from us, yeah? We're not going to let them do that to us. We're going to support the Greens, you know? We're going to see the progression that the Green Party has had, despite the massive gulf in funding between them and Reform. And we're going to take hope from that. And we're also going to get out there and organise. We're going to reach the apathetic voters who did not turn up to vote, because that is the main place that the Labour Party lost votes to. Get out there, join your local tenant union, join your local trade, your trade union that is relevant to your industry, join your local pro-Palestine group, join your local community organising group, community garden. Duke of Blonde, thank you for the £2. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. You know, get out there and organise. It doesn't matter if you don't know what you're doing or you don't know how to do it or whatever. Just get out there, make the first step, go and speak to people, take part in training, take part in learning how to empower people and agitate people and shit like that. You know? The Greens are good, but it's a big vacuum to fill. It's why you got to organise. Organise with the Greens. Join Greens Organise. Push the Green Party to a more, you know, and to be clear, it really should be said. Sophie was saying this yesterday for our Red Planet bonus episode, that the Green Party is actually engaging in vanguardism in a way that isn't, like, very obvious. It should be stated that that is a thing that is happening. So if you are a communist and you are, like, anti-electoral politics, you should really be supporting the Greens. You know? You described it in a really pertinent way yesterday, Soph. And I've forgotten exactly how you said it, but it is important to, like, actually promote that. You know? Kedsai, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the 20 consecutive streams watched.
The Prime Minister should do. I'm told that David Lammy does not want...
Yeah, they're base are organisers. Yeah, this is vanguardism. Yeah.
In another ministerial source.
I'll go watch that, though. You got to join the Red Planet Patreon in order to watch that. So go and join the Red Planet Patreon. It's there in the chat, I think. I think it's included in the link. Yep. And you can get access to our bonus episode when that goes out.
Tonight said that David Lammy had been calling around ministers to try and not force them into going public to support Keir Starmer, but rather to understand where they are at. So that's what's been going on in what is a cabinet which you can clearly see there are different views. One cabinet minister has said to me this evening that what's happening is disorderly. And to quote this person, they said, I think the Labour Party is about to put itself out of power for a serious period of time by repeating the mistakes.
Reform perform in the new councils as poorly as their history is. 2 years to demonstrate what they failed to deliver for those who voted them in, meaning the general election has potential to not be reform is hosted if hosted in 2 years as scheduled. That's correct. The removal of KIER will result in calls for snap election to prevent another unelected PM at the behest of the right. Yes, but it's unlikely that that will happen. The Greens' greatest resource is their organisers, volunteer labour. Yes, that's kind of why it's vanguardism, right? And all of their organisers are broadly left-wing and have, like, mad connections to left-wing, left-wing groups, like really radical groups.
Of the Tories. So that is a cabinet minister telling me that in the past few minutes. And as for Keir Starmer, where's Keir Starmer? I'm told that tonight he's weighing up his options. He has a cabinet meeting tomorrow. I understand he has had no contact with Wes Street and a would-be challenger as of this evening, but he will see Wes Street clearly at the cabinet tomorrow. So it is very febrile and it's moving very quickly, but it's clear from those conversations between different members of the cabinet. The cabinet are not united.
Like, what we have to take, again, Emily, I don't want to be, focusing on you, being doom-pilled and stuff, but I do, come down quite hard on doom-pilled people or people who say that they may be thinking about feeling doom-pilled or something like that, because my stream is all about building hopium. There will be progress in Britain. The workers will fight for it. It doesn't matter what happens, right? It is absolutely just like, even if some of the worst things happen, the working class will organise. They will organise in some way. It's our duty to be out there first, to get a head start on that, to prevent it from being a reactionary revolution, a counter-revolution, if you will. You know? But it would probably still be a proletariat revolution. It just means there'll be reactionary elements. And we have to stop that from happening. They'll bang the drum, not again, saying not again, even when Tories gave us 3 unelected. Yeah, absolutely. Weighing up his options, he's going to be there in 10 years. That's what he said. That's what he said. We're going to get the boss rush again. Muel is right. It's just what happens when a big party does. It's what a big party does when it dies. Yeah, absolutely. I was saying this about the Tory party when they were doing the revolving door election. It is just like, they don't know how to deal with losing the grip of power that they've had for decades. It's why loads of conservative ministers and politicians and MPs have just defected to reform. You know? The UK left is arguably the best in Europe right now. I would say that France's is better. I would say France's is better. It's just that the UK has got a bit of a spotlight on it and the Green Party is having a spotlight on it. Do you know what I mean? No, you don't need to apologize for being doom-pilled. It's all good, but like, you know, I will always be like, no, hope is here. Hope is real, but you should never put hope in the Labour Party. Like, you can't put any hope in the Labour Party at all anymore. They're done. It's over. They've been completely infiltrated by Zionism. They've been completely infiltrated by, corporate interest, corporate lobbying movement and shit like that. That's it. Like, that's the thing. You just have to abandon them. There's no hope to be found in Labour. There's no hope to be found in Andy Burnham. There's no hope to be found in John McDonnell or anything like that. You know? Hope is here. Hope is KIER. It's KIER Starmer. Let me be clear. Exactly. The UK is the most left-wing youth in the West, I think. Okay. I didn't know that. I believe it, but yeah.
But the
damn, why is that? Is it anything to do with the Tory policy of fucking austerity that's fucked their fucking child up and their adult lives up? I don't. Yeah, whoa, crazy.
Momentum now for Keir Starmer. I think the issue with this is as a prime minister.
Pylon for the Greens not successful yet compared to Mélenchon, but we'll see. True.
Even though
we'll see.
All of these names here, they're not a majority of his backbenchers.
Yeah, we'll save each other, correct.
Losing the support of people in these numbers and you lose the confidence of the party, even if you want to carry on, it just becomes unsustainable. So it's a very, very tense and uncertain.
Anyone who's lived in a Labour safe seat for longer than 5 years will tell you exactly what's wrong with the party on a local level. Oh yeah, 1,000%. Like, the arrogance and overly unearned confidence trickles down to local councillors in a big way as well. Like, I'm genuinely surprised that Ardwick went green because of the way that fucking Tina has been, over the last fucking 10 years since she's been a councillor, or however fucking long it's been. It's absolutely crazy that Ardwick was like, no, we're voting for green. I was like, what the fuck? No, there's no such thing as a Labour safe seat anymore. It doesn't exist. It's gone. Hope is KIER. Unless we trust. Hell yeah.
24 hours that we're about to go into.
Do you think Starmer will pivot to become posh Hitler? He's literally already that. There's no pivot to be made. He is just that. He's already posh Hitler. This is the most right-wing government that the UK has ever had. Like, some people call it fascist. I would argue that it is a fascist government. Like, we don't really need to be that scared of reform because they're already doing the things that reform would do, just in like a slow way. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's really important to remember that. Streeting is going to be posh Hitler. Starmer's too unsteady. But he's the most steady and stable and surgical politician that you've ever seen.
I've got lots more questions, but first of all, Michelle, you've lived through this, with a front row seat. Yeah. Does it feel very deja vu for you, given how many prime ministers that the Conservatives...
The grown-ups are in the room.
Yeah. It feels very similar to that night where the dam broke, if you like, with Boris Johnson.
You mean, is he going to put the moustache on?
Momentum, as Beth says, just really snowballing now. And what's
the results if Streeting runs? With Streeting as PM, the Greens will be second, Reform will be 32%. Estimate, general election with Streeting as PM. It's an estimate based on YouGov hypothetical polling from January 2026. Well, this is before this is before the Gorton and Denton by-election, actually. Hey, Magic Thighs, what's up? We don't need to be scared of Reform because Labour is doing the same stuff. Sorry, babe, very hard, disagree. Yeah, I didn't exactly say it like that, though, did I? I didn't say Labour is doing the same stuff. I said they're doing it the same stuff, but they're doing it in a slower fashion, right? And obviously, I'm not sat here saying we shouldn't be scared of Reform, right? We should be ready to fight Reform, 1,000%, yes. I've never disliked the colour blue so much. It's alright because it's turquoise. This is before the Gorton and Denton by-election as well, so the Greens would actually probably perform much better. Hello, Ether, how are you doing? Welcome in.
All of the MPs that are not up on your board will be getting email after email from their members, from local constituents saying, why are you not up there? And so the pressure just mounts and mounts and mounts so that it just adds to it, and those people.
Did you get phone calls like the ring around clearly happening from the centre of Downing Street now? Would they have been calling you to find out which way you were going to go and all that sort of stuff?
So those calls will happen all the time, like throughout the hours, and then they'll repeat those calls and they'll keep doing it as a litmus test, and they'll report it back to the Prime Minister. The danger is the people around the Prime Minister, whether they're telling him the truth or not, and that's always the danger in these scenarios, because you've got people with a vested interest in obviously him staying in power. And then you've also got people that will be slightly in denial and have bunker syndrome and believe that it's all recoverable. So it depends on whether he's listening to the right people. But obviously, if
No, he's not. He's not going to be listening to anybody.
the Cabinet go in now and tell him to his face how it is, then it'll be hard to ignore that.
So, Kevin, as a, I think, lifelong Labour supporter, hearing that the suggestion...
Tactical voter, please.
Tactical voter?
I've
Very
voted 6. Anyway,
Okay.
yeah.
For the purposes of this debate...
This guy's the chief editor of The Sun, by the way. Or The Mirror?
a left-leaning journalist.
I think it's The Mirror. I think it's The Mirror.
Some in the Labour Party think they're about to put themselves out of power, that this is sort of existential for them as a party. Yeah. What is the point of...
Rats leaving the ship, that's right.
Given what we saw.
It's very funny how unpopular it is to be a Labour supporter right now. This guy literally went, this is only as a tactical voter. Just a tactical voter.
On Thursday, and what we've seen over the weekend, how concerned are you about the state of the party?
Yeah, well...
And reflect on what Michelle was saying about...
Well, I think how some MPs feel, and Labour Party members, was summed up by Ian Lavery, a former coal miner, Northumberland MP, who said Keir Hardie formed Labour and another Keir Starmer, who's actually named after Keir Hardie, could end the party. And I think that's where they feel it's existential.
They're getting supernatural with it. That's so funny. They're like, oh no, it's a superstition. Started with Keir, ended with Keir.
Go back to resignations. Prime Minister has been forced out all the way to Margaret Thatcher in
the prophecy foretold.
But I just caution. I think this is the end. But I'll just caution that Tony Blair in 2006, the Curry House plot against him, was a year before he went, but he did give an undertaking he would go. And I do recall in 2009, Gordon Brown suffered 3 cabinet resignations, the Home Secretary, the Work and Pension Secretary.
Goldman Master, thank you so much to the £6.12. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream, you legend. How much have what have we had in terms of donos? Have you thought about the chairs on the sinking ship, though? I'm just saying, that's a very important point. 10, let me be clear, Care. What we got now? We got £5, £6, that's £11.62, yep. So we just need another £13.58 in order to unlock the Melpit cam.
And Community Secretary, and he he survived. But this feels like the end. And of course, Keir Starmer will be weighing up. He'll be thinking, who are the loyals and who are the traitors? Is what he'll be doing. Who can I have standing by me? Who will be against me? And will those cabinet ministers who want him to go, will they, one, speak out publicly, and two, will they resign? Or are they just going to do it internal pressure? And then there is a whole question of, is it go now? Is it a timetable in September? Because there's a lot of power play here on who do you want to take over. If you want it West Street and you want to go quick because he's there in Parliament. If you want Angela Rayner or Burnham, who isn't even MP, you want to go longer.
Look, I also think, OK, we are we should sort of, in a way, deal with what we have, which is it's really uncertain what is going to happen. But it is also very true that the pressure is building, perhaps in an unstoppable way, for the Prime Minister to at least...
Oh, this is so good. This is the thing. The reason that this, pressure valve has happened is because for ages, this is how people have felt. They've seen the reaction to the way that he does things. They've seen the reaction to the policies. They know that he's deeply unpopular. They've been watching the opinion polls going down, 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 down. And they finally have a chance to say it. And people are like, yes, brilliant. Even all the fucking right-wingers, who they just want Wes Streeting instead, right? Even they're seeing it. And they're like, yep, it's got to happen. Get rid of him. Go. You know, they've had this little pressure valve release. It's going to continue to happen. I think Beth Rigby's kind of right. I think it's going to be unstoppable. I didn't think it was going to happen. I said to you many times, chat, I don't think it's going to happen. I still don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to win a leadership vote, a no confidence vote, because, 72 MPs is not enough. It's just not enough.
Set out a timetable for his departure. But I think you raise a really interesting point here, Kevin, because actually... there is a move amongst some of the Streeting supporters, this is what other MPs tell me, to try and make this quite a fast process because that would benefit Wes Streeting. There is a massive group in the parliamentary party that want Andy Burnham back.
I will put however many channel points as you want down on this. Oh, God.
That's my thought of this evening is, if this is for...
Can you not just let me have my weak... uneducated political analysis without having any having any actual skin in the game? Yeah. I mean, of course I do have skin in the game. I have all you lot who support me. Please let me have my uninformed political opinions, Oh my God. This might be the first time I've ever clicked on a Polymarket link. Starmer out by May 15th, May 31st, June 30th. What happens with this? Does this... People are betting on yes. Is this what is this? The odds, December the 31st, 79%. This is mad. People bet and you can see the odds. So it's increased by 29% that he's going to go in December. Oh my God, this is how much people have voted. People have put $2 million into May the 15th. That's crazy. Chat, do not gamble. Do not gamble. Am I even allowed to show that on stream? I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Yeah, do not gamble, chat. It's bad for you, and I'm not promoting it, just so everyone knows. Ooh. Anyway, let's carry on with this.
And they force a quick contest, and Andy Burnham cannot join the fray and stand up and fight. What legitimacy does the next Prime Minister have? Because there will be a group in the party that really want Andy Burnham, and they're just repeating those issues. I think that is a real issue, but equally for Wes...
People think that Shabana Mahmood would win? That's crazy, dude. That's so crazy. What kind of legitimacy does she have? to be prime minister. She's been in the Home Secretary role for like 5 months, and she just became Hitler. She literally transformed into Hitler. What is going on there? You'd think rich people would just at least be able to afford good UI. Yeah, it looks terrible.
Streeton and his allies to allow Burnham back in does him in because Burnham will beat West.
I don't even know why is Yvette Cooper being. I mean, Yvette Cooper could be a candidate, could be, but the favourites at the minute are literally like Ed Miliband, Wes Streeton, Andy Burnham, maybe Angela Rayner, right? That's it. I would say that David Lammy's got way more legitimacy than Shabana Mahmood. I don't know why. You know? I do not know why they've included her and not David Lammy. It's a bit mad.
Welcome to...
What else do we got here? What else do I got to look at? Oh, I got all them John Prescott videos open. And then the Big Brother thing and the Mac and Me thing. What is this? 2 Labour MPs quit as ministerial aides. Oh, shit.
Has insisted he will not walk away despite the disastrous election results last week. But more than 50 Labour MPs have now called for him to go or to set a date to leave. Sir Keir says he's proved his doubters wrong in the past. And
what the fuck? Soft left Labour MPs have warned they'll remove Wes Streeting from number 10 quicker than Liz Truss if he becomes PM. Wait, what? No! No way! That is utterly insane. One source, he'd be lucky to outlast a lettuce. There'd be no support for the government and we would challenge him. Oh my God. That is from the UK political editor for Bloomberg. Oh my God.
Will do so again. In a crucial speech this morning, he admitted his government had made mistakes, but said he got the big political choices right. Our political editor, Chris Mason, is following it all in Westminster and joins us now. Chris.
Yes, hello to you. A roller coaster today for the government and for the Prime Minister. And just in the last couple of minutes, 2 resignations, 2 ministerial aides, parliamentary private secretaries as they're known, the lowest level of being on the government benches, have resigned, saying that they think that the Prime Minister himself should also resign and should go.
Incredible.
And one of those ministerial aides is the ministerial aide to Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary. What we've seen in the last couple of hours since the Prime Minister's speech is a trickle, perhaps more than a trickle, of MP after MP coming out and saying that they have lost faith, publicly coming out and saying they have lost faith in the capacity of the Prime Minister to carry on. What a day. Here is how it's panned out so far. The Prime Minister arrived.
Chat, there's been some breaking news.
Keir Starmer is a waste man.
Breaking news.
Keir Starmer is a waste man.
Here, his job on the line. Some in his party have fretted he's not up to it for months. And then along came last week dire election results.
I get it.
John Slinger, MP. One thing I've not heard much of in the debate about who should be the Prime Minister of our country is the human being at the centre of this and his family and the effects of this on them all. The vitriol is off the scale. Show some humanity. People we disagree with are not enemies. Oh my God. There are levels of being divorced from reality that are currently unseen. This has never happened before. Leave him alone. He's just a small being. He's a human being at the end of it. At the end of the day, he's a human being.
I feel it. And I take responsibility. I know I have my doubters. And I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
He's played an absolute blinder.
Back against the wall, he was noticeably more angry, more passionate than we often see him, and he wanted to set out who he claims to stand up for.
Millions of
2 hours ago, Reformers suspended Councillor Ashley Monk from Worcestershire County Council. The party was already running a minority administration. Chat, there's so many things happening in the UK about this election. In a statement posted to his Facebook page, Ashley Monk said he was suspended by Reform UK after he raised a complaint about Alan Amos following threats that his days were numbered, attributed to the new Reform Worcestershire leader. I was informed that I've been suspended from the party following my criticism of the Reform Worcestershire leader. This is so sick. Oh, yes, mate. They don't know how to do this shit, chat. They do not know how to do this shit. They will end up fucking destroying these councils. The Green Party is the China of this situation. They just have to sit back and do nothing. Well, I disagree. I think that they need to do a lot of campaigning, and they should continue to do a lot of campaigning. But yes, I understand the joke. Someone needs to make a Reform resignation tracker. I think that's what this account does. Reform Party UK Exposed. I don't think they have like an official one, but they follow it. So you should follow him on Twitter, or they're on Blue Sky as well, I think. Yeah, let's carry on with this.
Held back because the status quo in this country does not work for them. I am fighting for them. We are fighting for them. I am their Prime Minister, and this is their government.
He said the UK should be at the heart of Europe and young people should be able to move freely into the European Union. And he said British steel should be nationalised.
So I can announce that legislation will be brought forward this week to give the government powers, subject to that public interest test, to take full national ownership of British steel.
Here's another Andy Burnham classic. When Andy Burnham stood for leader last time, he pledged his first foreign trip would be to Israel. What is this? Reform UK since local elections confirmed so far. Lost seat, Mike Morris, Clarence Mitchell, resigned, Daniel Devaney, Stuart Pryor, suspended, Ashley Monk, Joe Monk, Ben Rowe, brilliant. Lamau. Lol, and furthermore, Lamau. -7. It's so good. It's literally so good.
Audience in the room did
hey, Arbelin.
With applause, cheers and ovations to prop up a vulnerable leader.
Prime Minister, do you think in your gut what you...
Johnny, they lost 7 seats.
This morning,
7.
What do you say directly to those of your colleagues who are weighing up right now whether to back you or to suggest that you should go?
What I'm doing is setting out the response, the direction that we need to take, and the acknowledgement that in the world we live in now, we need a bigger response than 2024. It is a different...
Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Later, he said...
I think what we witnessed...
Who takes over those seats? There'll probably be a by-election.
With the last government was...
we saw one of the AI candidates for Reform earlier, yeah.
The chaos of constantly changing leaders. And it cost this country a huge amount. A huge amount. A Labour government will not inflict that on our country again.
Then, at lunchtime, a key moment, a statement from the former Minister Catherine West, who told the BBC over the weekend she was willing to begin a leadership challenge to try to remove the Prime Minister. So, what is she saying now? I have reluctantly concluded that this morning's speech was too little, too late. I am hereby giving notice to Number 10 that I'm collecting names of Labour MPs to call on the Prime Minister to set a timetable for the election of a new leader in September. So, she is clearly not happy, but crucially, she has backed down from threatening a leadership challenge.
Nice to see you.
But the conversations about the Prime Minister's possible successors are still feverish. There's the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, but he's not an MP, so can't challenge him now. Then there's the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, who lost her job after failing to pay enough tax on a flat.
We, as a party, have to do better than this. And we can only prove we mean our Labour values by putting the common interest ahead of factionalism. And we can start by accepting that Andy Burnham should never have been blocked. It was a mistake that the leadership of our party should put right.
Mr. Burnham would love to run for the leadership, but the party blocked him from being their candidate in a by-election in February.
Yeah, I think that Eleonora is kind of right about this. I think that this is what would happen, right? Immediate challenge on Tuesday. Wes narrowly coronated after bullying everyone and threatening to publish all the dirt Whips have on them. Burnham becomes an MP. Burnham coups Wes. And then Wes has Burnham expelled using the NEC majority. That's probably exactly what would happen. I think that's exactly how it would go. We're gonna have Wes Streeting and then Wes Streeting 2. Electric Boogaloo. That's what's gonna happen. I'm with Eleonora on this one. I back her all the way.
But his
by 3 lettuces
should be allowed back, but needs a few months. All this talk, though, of an orderly transition, if Andy Burnham tries to come back and there's a by-election,
it would be good for the Greens, yes.
It won't be orderly.
Look, if there's a by-election, we'll have to fight that by-election.
And even winning it's not straightforward.
Of course, but here's the difference. You know, Andy Burnham wouldn't be coming in to be part of a government. Everyone would be really clear. Andy Burnham is coming in to attempt to become the next Prime Minister.
And is Monday morning always really busy?
Then there is the Health Secretary Wes Streeting, whose supporters would prefer things to move quickly before Andy Burnham can find himself a seat. And all afternoon here, one after another, yet more Labour MPs saying the Prime Minister has to go. Chris Mason, BBC News at Westminster.
He's got to go. It couldn't have happened to a better guy, chat. It couldn't have happened to a better guy.
Really? A stain on both their houses. A stain.
Shut up, Piers. You little wet. You little wet. All right. Always important to remember Keir Starmer's roots, though, chat. Never forget where you come from, yeah? Gonna have to stock up on boxes of popcorn for this? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Right, okay. He's never played a video game in his life. Alright. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Chat, I'm gonna try out the lesbian hot sauce strat. I'm gonna try out the lesbian hot sauce strat, right? Now, I need all of you to help with this because we're gonna be raiding Hassan, yeah? Some of my chatters have been in Hassan's chat trying to promote me as the British Hassan, yeah? Now, we can make this happen. In fact, if we raid Hassan and everybody spams the fucking raid message, yeah? So if you have the raid message More like Hassan is the Turkish djmuel. Well, many people are saying this. Also, he's American. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. Right. If you... Nah, not Hassan. Listen, chatters who are upset with me doing this, yeah? Detaway saying, you're a lib. And Julio saying, nah, not Hassan. Do you not understand what the purpose of this is? Right? Do you not understand what I'm trying to do? I am trying to grow the fucking stream, right? And if those people who come from Hassan, yeah. First of all, I'm not gonna do anything, right? I'm not gonna do anything to like boost Hassan by doing this, right? It's a fucking like 60, maybe 59 viewer raid, yeah. Hassan's not gonna shout me out, but there might be some people in the chat who follow me, yeah. It's promo for me. It's literally promo for me. I'm not sat here saying I love Hassan. I think he's great. I want to get Hassan watchers here to radicalize them. Yeah? We'll see if it happens. We'll give it a couple of try. You know, Lesbian Hot Sauce said it, you know, last week. So I was thinking, we'll give it a try. Why not? Help me out. Copy and paste the raid message. We will win if we organize, right? Might get some of the oi bruvs over here. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we've got nothing to lose. We're going to do it. We're going to raid Hassan. Yeah, we'll just do it. A couple of... Yeah, you get it, Julio, right? You get it, right? That's the point of it. Hassan has never showed a love for drum and bass and jungle. And so that's why we've actually got to steal his viewers, right? That's why we've got to do it. All right, chat. Now, it's a real thing. It's a real effort. We're going to give it a go. It might not work. We'll recap it tomorrow in tomorrow's stream. We'll have a look at how many follows I get from it, right? Could be none, could be some, but let's give it a go. Probably only, like, maybe try it once a week or something. I don't know. We'll just see how it goes. I'm trying to grow the stream, right? I'm trying to make more money. Anyway, chat. We're doing it. We're raiding Hassan. But thank you so much for all the support today. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you for just being here. Thank you for hanging out. And to the VOD watchers, please like, comment, subscribe, all that kind of business. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channels. Yada, 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 yada. And I will see you then. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Good night, good night, good night, good night.